Commissioner Beerbauer. Are you doing time limits this season? Okay.
Yeah. I had it just typed up for the work session. No, but it won't.
Yeah, that's okay.
It was about, it's actually public participation.
Yeah.
I think I remember.
You just, yeah.
Yeah, more of it. Yeah.
There's a
3 minutes. Usually that for us. I don't think I'll do
we're gonna get Wall Street. We have to take them all with us.
until we get into the work session. I
They're
think
going to Wall Street?
we've got
No.
a big issue on that.
We halfway.
We got halfway through the Thursdays and take care of the rest.
So there's a couple holes in there that it's all much.
Yeah. All those trucks.
Smelled like fireworks outside.
Firewalks in here. There are firewalks in here.
I know, I'm sorry. Any more Jason's?
Hey, 5:30.
Meeting come to order. Everybody rise for the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We remain standing. Father God, we thank you for this day of blessings. We thank you for this opportunity to come together as an elected body and as a group of citizens. We ask that you guide us in your visions, in our visions, through your strength and through your wisdom. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Is the camera on?
Yep.
Our first order of business is approval of the agenda. I have some changes. Anybody else have?
Yeah, I do. I have one ask, and that we add the Stronghold invoice to the consent agenda for $2,500.
Okay, we'll get to that. Now, I'm talking about the approval of this agenda.
Yeah, it's on.
Okay.
Yeah, I need to
I
add
got
it.
some corrections I would like to make to it.
Yep.
I have 2 executive sessions for non-elected personnel. I'd like to strike one of them, so
Okay.
strike one of them.
You want to strike number 8?
Number 8 is Eric Bailey's.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay.
We have, I would like to strike Public Works Safety Audit with Dr. Cohen.
Okay.
For this week, and table it to next week.
Next week. Okay.
Same way with fence viewing resolution.
Okay.
And.
Next week.
Yes. And also in old business, animal control, we'd like to move it to next week.
Okay.
Anybody else?
And like I said, I just wanted to add that item to be approved
Okay.
and with the consent. It's
And that's in
This
the consent
invoice.
agenda, and what was it?
the invoice for Stronghold.
Oh, okay.
Makes sense. You can read it.
I move that we approve the agenda as corrected.
Second.
Beerbauer,
Yes.
Tran,
Yes.
Wilbur.
Yes.
Okay. And I move that we approve the minutes from 6/23/25, 6/26/25, and 6/27/25 as distributed.
Second.
Tran,
Yes.
Wilbur,
Yes.
Beerbauer.
Yes. And I move that we approve the consent agenda, approval of 6/24/25 accounts payable totaling $14,309.50. Approval of 6/25/25 accounts payable totaling $46.32. Approval of 6/27/25 accounts payable totaling $280,889.82. Approval of 6/27/25 payroll totaling $311,381.83. Approval of 6/25 payroll totaling $323.37. And approval of an invoice for Stronghold Data and the amount, in the amount of $2,500.
Second.
Milburn,
Yes.
Beerbauer,
Yes.
Tran.
Yes.
Okay. And first item is 2024 audit presentation.
Is she here?
I
Are
think we
they
have to
here
come
yet?
back to her when
Okay,
she
so
gets
we're gonna
here.
come back to that one. So next on the order of business will be pursuant to KSA 754319 B1 to discuss personnel matters of individual non-elected personnel to protect their privacy for job performance with the 3 commissioners attending, and we will return in 5:45
Okay.
to
Second.
this chambers.
Beerbauer,
Yes.
Tran,
Yes.
Milburn.
Yes.
We're not on executive session.
I'm not trying to.
So I can wave,
You can. Be careful what you say.
all fingers present.
Yeah. That way we don't forget to turn it back on.
Okay. Works for me.
Jan was implementing all the fire units around the house for the overgrown weeds. So that's what today. It was so muddy that I was just getting big bumps. So I took care of big weeds. And then I weeded down the other ones. They had a couple of those that moles for rock. I took care of those. And then I used some mild deep I kept it away from the plants. Okay.
And this one's
Shut down. Sign me in. And I went around and picked up all the trees. Okay, sure. And when you lay around, you don't have much to do, and you start thinking about these things.
I just lay back down.
Yeah, hired servants take care of stuff. Okay.
When I sold my lawnmower, my father was
Yeah, well, I was just, I took my mower in case, I got there, they've been paying somebody $30. It didn't need it because it's a 3-hour run.
Cheap comparison. I got kids.
I need some detailed math on that.
I'll tell you what, you keep a lawnmower running, it's
He just gave me his bad boy when I sold the property, so.
You gotta grow up somehow. It's just, you gotta just decide which.
I bought a new Toro and my son, first mowing, run it over his fence. And destroyed it.
Haven't done that yet, but see what happens. Yeah. It's amazing, I see little shiny things in my yard, I go out there and find out.
They were done with it.
Oh, yeah. I saw the deal, my dad just told me that when I was growing up, he said, man, I bet I process the tools down, they all miss it. Yeah, bits and pieces of it.
Somebody working with this.
Mine are in my neighbor's.
I wouldn't mind that, at least somebody's getting some good.
Seen two sons. If you stole my tools, would you put it in? And then there's the pictures of he took my trailer.
You probably saw the mineral rights.
Probably a lady. Yeah. Here's the deal on the trailer, you always buy a goose egg or a bucket full with a really nice ball. That way nobody comes and borrows it.
I didn't try to rush up and beat the crowd at church on Sunday. Jeff did. Nobody came up.
Come back and back
Like,
like.
there's like nobody there. He's like, vacation. Kind of got way in the summer. I don't know, how's yeah. She's discouraged, but nothing you can do. The rest of them. Maybe we were testing your, are you paying attention? I like to help Joe cover for the lady that went up and she hasn't taken the class yet. Hey.
Legal option.
I didn't get a chance to read that. It's okay. I got to continue here.
It was just a little bit of a blur that I think was more necessary.
Well, it's pretty close to, it's what we agreed on.
Yeah, the only. That's the drunk, I've already read it.
You want them Lakers.
Sure.
CIA's will be looking for you.
I can read upside down too.
Sam was, he was saying, they're taking this, we can't have three commissioners together. We're gonna take the falls, it's only if they want to sign it.
Guess everybody got my invitation.
We got an executive session.
I didn't-
561, I didn't get it either.
That's-
I looked at my earring.
You provide the meal now, provide the beverages. You know, my grandpa's got some.
Discuss how they're gonna vote, or how they're gonna pay for something. I don't know the answer to that, but that would be the final. Because that would be, that would be.
40%.
I was 11 when that, I was working.
Feeding the home. Came in Thursday,
We're just trying to finish some stuff up.
I tried to mix some Sprite with, because I live in Chelsea, I'm from here, and that's a big niche. They turn into the bank. You try to drink it that well. 130, 140. I tried to mix it with some Sprite.
If you dump it in your gas tank, I'll bet it burns. Mine.
I would have fixed your mower.
Can I get some? At this point, I'm willing to try anything. You better have me a mower right now, because in between rainstorms, you can't mow. Yeah. I didn't tell you that, Mike. I just told you
You can't work the bank.
Grab the towel, go back to the shower.
So where's he on this?
They're watching this. They're watching us to stop at some point. Leroy seems like bad Friday. He goes to door. Roy gets on the door.
You've grown.
So this will be with action. Okay, we're returning to session with action.
Second. No action. We're just gonna go back in.
Yeah, okay. All right, no action. So I move that we,
I need to
A
take
sec.
roll call.
yeah,
You already seconded. Yeah. Tran,
Yes.
Bourbon,
Yes.
Rivera.
yes.
Do you still
Okay.
need to do roll call?
I just.
Okay.
Okay. I move pursuant to KSA 754319B2 for consultation with attorney for public body of agency, which would be dean privilege in the attorney-client relationship, be the three commissioners and Bob Johnson via phone. And we'll go 15 minutes. So it'd be
second.
6:02.
Second.
I did.
Oh,
It's
you
quiet,
did?
sorry.
I
Sorry.
didn't hear it.
It's okay.
Wilbur,
Yes.
Rivera,
Yes,
Tran.
we went from B1 to B2.
Oh, that's different than taking it off.
Huh?
That's different than taking it off.
Did I say yes? Yes. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Tim's doubled up that last day. Tim's like they are.
I only have so much. I only have so much.
Have you been doing it?
Huh?
Have you been doing it?
Most of the time,
Doing everything?
yes.
Sad.
He's just mad because he didn't get called. I have that trouble too. I see
Yeah, well, this year, but we went to Tennessee last year. Huge cover. This year, get once a year, and cover 2 weeks. So, no. The other day, year before last. I was vice president. Like 800 members. What? Oh, yeah. I've done crazy stuff.
Say what year.
Yeah, it's, hardcore stuff, but I've also broke a lot of things. I broke my TV shows. I used to have one show.
You're a lot nicer to me.
Like this one right here.
Susan.
Yes.
That's insane.
Stay back here for practice. See the picture I submitted since you didn't give me one? You saw that? Looks like you. Different color.
Shoot, I forgot to send it.
I didn't remember if I sent it to you before I sent it to you.
No worries.
I don't know what I see, so there's a road that goes up to the house. Yeah.
Somebody on there.
There was lots of. You get well with the precedent. So it looks like.
I took them out of them.
Yeah, so each of the commissioners needs both this one and there's another packet.
And I had given them this one.
Yes. And then these ones are gonna be available on the state website too. So that one's available.
This one's available.
Yeah, the one that talks about critical is available for public distribution as well.
This one's
Not that one. This is the one that has like the management rep letter in it and the journal entries and
just have them in front of them so that they could.
You ordered it. Took me 2 hours to get 2 hours and 7 minutes to get to the website. I think it crashed. Pre-order, so day one. Got it.
So is that online?
Not yet. Not until later.
where do you guys at in your budget process? Like, have you got these numbers punched in the budget tonight? Okay.
We'll knock off lines sometime.
What color do you have? Which would be like great. It's a crime. Yeah. It's tough. 21's fine. Our first was basically, I wanted a first.
Yeah.
When I did my reservation.
Yeah, very busy. It should lighten up in the summertime, but not anymore. Not now that you have, because on the audit side, we've taken over all the budgets that we used to do upstairs.
And then she asked me the next day.
So, what was supposed to be
So I basically got everything.
definitely experienced people is what's needed right now.
And that's the luxury package. So it'll have the carpet, it has Beanos, sound systems.
Yeah, there's that. And
Okay, well, then you go optional seats. So I have the tree adapters to be involved.
yeah. I mean, especially when you get people like, he was in a nonprofit prior, so it's just like a bit of a change.
No, you really can't. I drove a manual now. Go up right. Actually, we were the first day, but I'm like customers. I was actually.
Is this a year?
First day of opening up was the first.
to like micromanage the colleges and their cash balances. But we were comparing like one audit to the next across the community colleges. They were saying that they may want, and this is just a little one uniform auditor for all community colleges. And you're just like, I don't even know how one auditor could do that. I mean, there's not even enough time because most of them have to be done by December 31st and there's 6 weeks. So, you never know what's going to come down as like new regulations from the state. Their financials get presented in cash basis and so, but that's obviously there's just some differences in how, current, non-current, cash really a little bit. So. We'll see what happens. Yeah, they came out with a new more problems they just they want them to, in order to get these grant funding opportunities, they want them to only have 6 months
So for like,
if these colleges have more than that, then they won't be eligible to keep the grant dollars. They would have to return it.
for you pretty quick. Yeah.
When you think about it, a lot of these
Either
colleges
way.
My wife's making that's not going to she likes
the current cash. So. Yeah, I'm curious to see what happens.
Is that Kansas as
It's like Senate. Which then cable is trying to like interpret.
Sorry. Thank you, buddy.
It was rough.
Meeting's back in session, no action. I move we return to session.
Second.
Beerbauer,
Yes.
Tran,
Yes.
Yes.
this is Emily Frank. She's our auditor.
Hello.
Hi.
So we'll move on to the audit.
Okay.
Red, you're on.
Okay. Yeah. It's hard to see from here from the light. Okay. Not all of you had audit packets, but Susan went and grabbed some. So if you guys want to go ahead and refer to these blue books, this is what we would refer to as your audit report. There should be a couple loose reports, which we will come back to those at the end. And again, I'm Emily Franks with Jared Gilmore and Phillips, and we did prepare your audit for December 31st of 2024. We're going to go ahead and jump to page 1, which this is the audit report. This is really the only information in this whole bound packet that's coming for our office. Everything else in here is your county numbers that are coming from your management within the county. So we'll go ahead and jump to paragraph number 1. So this describes what we audited. So we audited the fund summary, statement of regulatory basis, receipts, expenditures, and unencumbered cash balances of Bourbon County, Kansas, as of and for the year ended December 31st of 2024, as well as the related notes to the financial statements. We did issue an adverse opinion on GAAP, so generally accepted accounting principles, because you as a county have elected to waive that GAAP requirement and you follow Kansas regulatory basis of accounting. So when you talk about cash basis, that's kind of the format that you guys follow, which the difference between GAAP and cash basis is you are not going to see any long-term debt reported on the face of your financial statement. You are not going to see any accounts receivable. You will not see prepaids. So it's strictly your cash. There are accounts payable and encumbrances reported, but your receipts, expenditures, that's it. So no receivables, everything with regards to those, and any long-term debt would get backed out. So with regards to that regulatory basis of accounting, we did issue an unmodified opinion. So for layman's terms, which is layman's terms, that would be a clean opinion. So it's unmodified, but layman's terms is clean. So paragraphs 4 and 5, this is the basis for our adverse and unmodified opinions. And then the bottom talks about responsibilities of management over the financial statement. If you flip to page 2, second paragraph down, this talks about our responsibilities as your auditor over these financial statements. And then bottom of the page, there is supplementary information that is included within this packet, but it is not considered a part of the fund summary statement that is what we audited. So it is considered supplementary, but this would be your budget comparison sheet as well as all the funds individually broke down with prior year, current year comparisons, as well as budget information and any budget over or under. And we'll talk about those as we kind of work through this. Page 3, this talks about where the prior year audit can be found. We did issue an unmodified opinion on that. But because those numbers, we're not considering them as a part of this audit, we do have to refer back to where they can be found if someone did want to reference them. And that is in reference to the numbers for the 2023 audit. We'll go ahead and jump to page 4. And I know this is probably going to be something newer for you guys, but this is your summary statement of receipts, expenditures, and unencumbered cash. And this is what we refer to as statement 1, but this is the fund summary that we are auditing, which is your beginning unencumbered cash, receipts, expenditures, ending unencumbered cash, as well as your accounts payable, and then we come back to your cash balance. So you can see over on the left-hand side, this lists out all of the funds that the county has. This would not include agency funds. So agency funds are funds that are under the county's umbrella, but are held for other entities. So when I talk about agency funds, that would be like your ad valorem tax fund. So in December, you guys will collect taxes, and that goes into that agency fund, but those are not distributed to the taxing entities until subsequent to year end. So it's kind of it's a high number, but it does get paid out subsequent. But those really aren't the county's dollars to be spending until they get transferred over through the distribution process to your funds themselves, your general fund, and it would be road and bridge, numerous of the county's funds. So you can see here, if we go to page 5, you guys started the year with an ending unencumbered cash balance of $4,149,000. That would be the bottom row on page 5. This is where I'm looking at right now. Total receipts for the county was $17,949,000. Expenditures was $18,414,000. So you guys did have more in expenditures than you did in your receipts for the year, which then decreased that ending unencumbered cash balance. So you can see the ending unencumbered cash balance was $3,686,000. We do go ahead and add back encumbrances and accounts payable to get to your actual cash balance. So your actual cash balance at December 31st of 2024, and this would be your reconciled cash, was $4,476,000. Right underneath that line, it talks about your composition of cash. So you have cash on hand, demand deposits, and then certificates of deposit. And then to come to a total of $18,605,000. Now that $14,129,000, that's those agency funds that I was referring to. So it's made up of, ad valorem, delinquent tax. If you had any taxing entities that are distributable funds, they may have a small balance left over that would get distributed with that January distribution as well. Okay. So we'll go ahead and jump to, unless there's any questions, I can pause for questions.
Good so far.
None yet? Okay. Page 6, this is the start of the footnotes. This footnote is gonna be pretty similar for every county in Kansas that follows cash basis. But you'll notice on page 6, this does list out all the funds that the county has and a description of what those funds are, whether it be general funds, special purpose, bond and interest, and so you can kind of go down there to get a little bit more information. On page 7, I'd like to direct your attention just to the top of the page. This gives you more description of what that regulatory basis of accounting is, so you could read a little bit more into that so that you're understanding exactly how the county's policies are for that accounting. On page 8, there's the top section just talks about reimbursed expense, but then underneath that is some budgetary information. This gives some of the deadlines as far as the budget process is concerned, and for fiscal year 2024, the county did hold a revenue neutral rate hearing, and that's the third paragraph from the bottom on there. And then you'll notice second paragraph from the bottom, this lists out all the funds that were amended during the fiscal year. You guys amended Road and Bridge Appraiser Fund, Bridge and Culvert, Election Fund, Employee Benefit Fund, Landfill, and Emergency Service Sales Tax Fund. On page 9, you'll see all of the funds listed here that are special purpose funds that are non-budgeted funds, and they are required to be listed out here. And then footnote number 2, this is the stewardship, compliance, and accountability. If back on that statement 1, any of the numbers in the ending unencumbered cash balance were to have been negative, then for Kansas statutes that would be considered a budget or a cash violation, and so we would have to report that to you as the commission, but there was no funds that ended negative. And then if you would go ahead and save that page, but go ahead and jump back to page 19. This is the summary of expenditures, actual and budget, regulatory basis, but this is budgeted funds only. And so you can see here the funds are on the left again. Certified budget is right next to that. Adjustments for qualifying budget credits. So if you have any grant funds, state, federal, local, or any reimbursed expenses, then that extends your budget. So for the public safety fund, you guys did have adjustments for budget, qualifying budget credits, and so that increases that budget up by $210,000. So the total budget for comparison is the column that we're looking at to make sure that you have the actual budget, and it has to match your certification page with the exception of that adjustment for qualifying budget credit. And then you compare it to the expenditures charged to the current year budget, which those numbers are coming directly off of the expenditures that are back on statement 1. And then the variance over under. If you had a positive number in that variance over under column, then that would be considered a budget violation for state statutes. So that's why I'm referring to this, because the footnote that we're talking about is referencing this specific schedule, because you guys did not have any budget violations there. So we'll go ahead and jump back to page 9. So again, footnote number 2, and this is just something good to point out, is you did not have any cash or budget violations in this year's audit. Footnote number 3, this talks about deposits and investments, and we'll go ahead and jump to page 10, which the footnote continues on to there. Another requirement for you guys as a Kansas government is that you have to have all of your cash in the bank secured throughout the year, but specifically what we're looking at for audit purposes is at your fiscal year end. And the way that the county does that is through obtaining securities pledged for anything above and beyond the FDIC coverage. So the third paragraph down under that deposits and investments, this talks about how much the county had as deposits, what your bank balance was, because that's what you're obligated to secure, and then how the funds were secured. So you did have $824,000 that were covered with FDIC insurance, and then there was $17 million that was collateralized with securities pledged under the county's name. Footnote number 4, this is finance lease obligations. Previously would have been capital leases. But we list out all of the leases that the county, those finance leases that the county has, and then we break it down with payments for the future payments, broke down 5-year increments and then 5-year groups thereafter. And so you can, and those will continue on to page 12. But again, it gets footnoted because these are not in the face of the financial statement. If we go to page 13 though, this is a little bit easier format to look at. This lists out all your debt on one page. Lists out all your GO bonds and then all the finance leases. So you can see there's beginning year balance, reductions, principal paid during the year, and then balances at the end of the year. So the total balance at year end was $8,324,000, and the county paid $235,000 in interest. And if you flip to 14, this is all your future obligations for those long-term debt obligations that you guys have. And all this information is going to be carried, part of it is going to be carried into your budget books as you guys work through that budget process to make sure that all of those debt payments are budgeted. On page 15, this is defined benefit pension plan. This talks about the CAPERS plan and how you as a county participate in the CAPERS plan. You as a county did contribute $517,970 to CAPERS on behalf of your employees for this fiscal year. Then that second to the last paragraph talks about the net pension liability, and this would be what the county's obligation would be if CAPERS were to fail and not fulfill their obligation. But we don't foresee that happening, but required to report. Again, this is kind of a GAAP requirement, but not on the face of the financial statements. Page 16, this talks about your policies regarding compensated absences and the liability that was outstanding at year end. So kind of towards the bottom of the page, the estimated liability for annual leave and sick leave. So for the annual leave was $18,285, and then sick leave was $37,468. And so that's if your employees were to leave at December 31st, this is what you would owe them based upon your policy in your handbook. Page 17, this is risk management. This is how you as a county alleviate your risk. So you guys do obtain insurance policies to cover yourself, and you are part of K-Work and K-Camp. Footnote number 9, this is summary disclosures of significant contingencies. You guys do get money from grants, federal, state. If some of those grants were to go away, there could be a risk that that could affect the county, and so we do have to put that significant contingency there. Footnote 10, bottom of page 17, this lists out all the transfers that were completed during the year, the funds that they went from and the fund that they went to, as well as the statutory authority and the amount of the transfers. And those do continue on to page 18. Footnote 11 just identifies that there is litigation that could potentially be material to the county, so we are required to disclose that. And subsequent events, if there was anything material that had happened since year end that we felt could affect the county, it would be under that subsequent event footnote, but we did not see anything fit that would need to fit there. Okay, so we went over page 19, which is that budget comparison, and then we'll go ahead and look at page 20. So this is the start of the individual funds. Again, this is supplementary information, so it does just help support the numbers that are on that statement one and really help you as you guys work through your budget process. And you will see all of the numbers that are in the actual column come into play when you do your budget, because your ending cash balance on these funds is what your budget will start with for fiscal year 2025 as you work down your budget. So you can see here there's a prior year, actual, and then budget to have a variance over, under, and again a negative would be an under budget. But this goes, you've got your ad valorem taxes for the general fund, all your different taxing types, and then you've got some intergovernmental, which would be any grants or your liquor tax, and then licenses and fees. This would be some recording fees, and then some permits, and then you have your interest income as well on here. Okay, we'll go ahead and flip to page 21. So this is broke down by each individual department, and so you can see what compared from 2023 to 2024, what each of the funds are, what each of the departments spent, and then also compare it to their budget to see who is over, under, what might need to be adjusted for 26 as you guys work through. So we'll go ahead and go to page 23. And I guess as you do start this budget process, just things to think about is the last 2 years you guys have had some pretty big decreases in your general fund. And so, I mean, this year was 120,000, last year was 167,000. So as you're working through budget, you know, increasing those taxes or finding other ways to either increase receipts or decrease expenditures is probably something that's going to need to happen, because you guys are down to only $373,000 in your general fund, and you guys probably need to be building that up a little bit in case there's emergencies that come into play. Appraiser fund, the next few funds are kind of just reserve or in and out, and some of these funds, it was decided that they should be closed because there really wasn't a reason to keep so many. I mean, there was like a bridge and culvert, road and bridge, special bridge, and so this last year, Susan with the commission had decided that they needed to be closed and kind of condensed down so that there's not quite so many funds. So this bridge and culvert, residual transfer was done to close it to road and bridge. That's on page 26. Sorry, I should have started there. And then we'll go back here. I had some flagged, but a lot of these they're taxed funds, but the funds are just turned around and paid out to the different entities, like your elderly aging, your there were some of your other ones. Mental health, yeah. So they're taxed, but then it's just distributed to the outside entities, and they usually come to you with those budget requests, and you as the commission would approve or deny those. Employee benefits on page 32. You guys did have a little bit of extra money come into that fund this year, but this fund is not one that you want to see your cash balance decrease too much, because you never know those unexpected health insurance increases. I mean, there's going to be a pretty big increase in capers over the next couple years, and so you really need to kind of plan for those also as you go through your budget process. We'll go back to page 40, 39 and 40. So this is public safety funds. Again, this is another fund that you probably need to be watching. It is down to an ending unencumbered cash balance of $268. So whether that be through increasing taxes, looking for more grant opportunities, or decreasing expenditures, this fund probably is going to need some help over the next couple of years to kind of get to a little bit more comfortable position. But it did have to get supplemented in 2024 with some transfers from the general fund and then the jail bond and interest. Okay, and then we'll go to page 43 and 44. This is road and bridge. Again, this is another fund. It did have some transfers in, you can see on page 43. From road and bridge sales tax fund, this one got $410,000, and there were the two residual transfers from special bridge and then bridge and culvert. But if you look over to 44, again, this fund, it did have a profit of $3,200, but it is still kind of a low cash balance of only $12,000. So you really should be, I mean, at least having probably, well, specifically for the general fund, you know, at least 90 days cash on hand to be safe. But if you had a little bit extra, that probably would be better as well. Okay, we'll go ahead and flip back to page 67. And this is where the agency funds start. So these are, a lot of this is made up of your different taxing districts throughout the county. So on page 67, you've got your cities, townships, schools, and you can see how much was collected and then how much was dispersed. And then the ending cash balance, we like to see those typically come to zero at the end of the year, but there are sometimes instances where it goes over or under, and that usually gets corrected in the subsequent year. But 68, that's kind of just some of the cemeteries and extension districts. On 69, you'll see other agency funds. There are some offices that have cash accounts outside of the county funds, but we do audit those and they are included in your financials, and they are law library, and then there's some sheriff's money and some inmate money, and so that is accounted for here as well. And on page 70, this is the bulk of where your cash on hand for your agency funds is coming from, and this is from those distributable funds, which is mostly made up of those ad valorem dollars. And that again is people who have come in December to pay their taxes, but the distributions don't go out until January. So you guys in ad valorem current tax alone had $12 million that gets turned around and paid out in January of 2025. So. Okay, so there was 14 million in those agency funds there. Okay, is there any questions? That was kind of fast. If you do think of something as you go through it, like feel free to reach out to me and I'll gladly
Put your number on
answer
there.
any questions.
Thank you.
Yeah. You might put your number on this one too, please.
Yeah. And I will say that our office is pretty busy right now because we're trying to work on a bunch of budgets for counties and
Yeah.
cities. So if you don't get a hold of me, just give me a couple days.
Okay.
Okay, and then I will just kind of quickly, there's your pen back.
Thank you.
Touch base on these letters. So there's one pack that has a date and one pack that does not have a date. The one that does not have a date, this is one that is public information. It will be attached to the county's audit when the audit gets submitted to the state and uploaded to the state website. So all of this is public information. But some of the things that we've come across that we found were deficiencies, but not enough to modify our opinion on the audit itself. But just would like to bring them to your attention as management. We did have some issues with some credit card receipts missing. This has kind of been something that's happened the last couple years. It's not one specific department. Us as auditors like to have the proof, the detail. We like, I mean, when somebody goes to a restaurant, it should be a full receipt with all of the detail, especially if there's any grant dollars involved. Because if a grantor were to come in and they see a credit card receipt with no detail, the county will have to pay that money back to the grantor. And I'm sure, you know, the people who are paying their taxes feel the same way, that they would like to see that support because they want to know where their money is going. So this is just a reminder of trying to get everybody, I mean, it's a privilege to have a county credit card, so they should be able to turn in the supporting documentation behind the charges that are on that credit card. But that really was the main thing that we came across that we just wanted to bring to your attention. This next packet, this is information that we used to be able just to communicate verbally, but the standards have changed and now we have to put this all in writing. If we were to have had any significant auditing matters, if there's any changes to the accounting policies or principles, that would be reported here. If there's any difficulties encountered during the audit process, that would be here as well, which we did not have any problems with that. But the bottom paragraph does talk about corrected and uncorrected misstatements. There was some journal entries that were needed to get the numbers where they are today from where you may have seen them previously at December 31st. But we are required to give you those, and those are in this packet as well. And Susan does a great job of staying on top of those and making sure that they get posted to the ledger so that the cash balances you see in the audit report will match what is in the funds when you guys go to work on your budget process. And then the second page of that packet, top of the page, talks about disagreements with management. If we were to have had any issues, it would be reported here as well, which we did not have any issues throughout the audit process. And then management representation, there is a management representation that's requested of you, and it is a letter from you as the county to our office. And again, this is also included with this packet as well, so they kind of go in order of how our letter goes. But just kind of, we call it the reminder letter. It's all things that would have been discussed with us throughout the audit process. It talks about any related party relationships, those would have been disclosed to us, legal issues outstanding, and all of that's in this management rep letter. And so you can go ahead and read through that on your free time. But back on that second letter, or the first letter we were talking about, this one. If you as a county had consulted with any other accountants, that would be reported to us, and that would also be disclosed here. If we had any findings or issues, that would be here as well. And I'm happy to report we didn't have anything other than that small instance with the credit card receipts. But again, this packet is intended to stay within management and the commission of the county, so. Is there any questions?
So this is my first time looking through accounting.
Yeah.
All of these are accounted for, is what I'm hearing you tell me.
She'll post those once you guys approve them.
Okay.
And some of them she had already completed when we brought them to her attention. And she had actually double checked some numbers to make
Okay.
sure we were all on the same page.
All right.
Yeah, she does a really great job at staying on top of those.
Thank you.
And it does say why we did them also. It's
Yeah.
kind of hard to read, but with, you guys have CIC, and CIC has provided us this template, and they just ask that when we do journal entries, we'll do them here so that they can more easily assist clients in uploading them if the commission or the councils are to approve those entries.
Okay.
So,
They're actually already all done.
All right. Thank you.
any other questions?
Sure, we'll find a lot more as we go through.
Okay,
it
yeah.
more. Yeah.
And I mean, and the budget process too, when you're looking at things on an individual departmental basis, and it makes questions arise that you might not have right now, so.
Yes, thank you.
Feel free to reach out. I apologize for my tardiness.
It's okay.
Got stuck at the road construction,
No, all good.
so.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Number 8.
Yeah, we got another executive session. Is Eric here?
I believe so.
Yes.
All right. I move pursuant to KSA 754319B1 to discuss personnel of individual non-elected personnel to protect their privacy for job performance, with the 3 commissioners and Public Works Director Eric Bailey attending. We will, how much time?
7 minutes.
7 minutes?
Second.
We'll return at 6:40.
Beerbauer,
Yes.
Tran,
Yes.
Milburn. Yes. What time did you say?
6:40.
Do what now?
With the card where you can use them both?
Card?
Yeah. You have to have a card to use them both.
From the card. What do you need? Just a plug-in VGA or USB? I got a VGA. I replaced the VGA with a USB. It's usually part of the operating system. So you
So you can have one and two monitors at a
correct.
Yeah, that's,
We have a hard time. We have a large issue, right?
Yes.
Credit card receipt.
It comes with that other certificate that you paid $50, trust me. Yeah.
We used to have, he's gone, right? Good job, someplace.
He was in town. What's the name? Kansas City or something.
Susan? The road and bridge fund and road and bridge sales tax. What was combined?
So bridge and culvert and special bridge got collapsed down into the road and bridge fund.
Okay, so next year this will look different.
Yeah.
How those.
Right, it'll be all in the road and bridge, yeah.
Okay.
soon as we sign it?
Yes.
Motion we return to or I move we return to session with action.
Second.
Tran,
Yes.
Milburn,
Yeah.
Beerbauer.
Yes.
So I make a motion to approve deviation of policy and allow the Public Works Director to work with HR as explained within the written documentation.
For this one occurrence.
Yes, for this one occurrence.
A second.
Milburn,
Yes.
Beerbauer,
Yes.
Tran.
Yes.
All right. We're gonna, how long do you need? 5? We'll break for 5 minutes.
Second.
I think we need to do recess for 5
I'll be right
minutes. Every time I try to print something on my printer, I get about halfway. And then when I try to turn it back on, then it'll start all over again. Yeah.
At some point this weekend,
Do what? Yeah. Yeah. That's on my list to bring back to the board, so.
Yeah. But, yeah, he was in last week.
Okay, yeah, I sat down and talked with him too, so we'll meet, all right.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, but it'll really be good that
Right. So I'm buying a new printer. And I'm getting Microsoft Windows. I mean, we got like the cheap free version and it don't do nothing. And I am got a whole bunch of stuff here that I only got partial print on. I don't know. You ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll return to session. Next on the list will be old business, and we'll start off with juvenile detention. I move that we cancel our membership with the Girard Juvenile Detention Center and that we adopt the juvenile detention with Douglas County on a case-by-case basis.
Discussions?
I'd like to discuss, if that's okay.
Okay.
I think that the email that we got, said that, I didn't actually get to read it, it was several pages, that contract. So I'd like Bob to look at it. Did anybody send that to Bob? And get Bob's?
May I look on the,
Sheriff Martin, we're discussing juvenile detention. Do you want to be part of this?
I'll stand right here and listen.
Okay. Did you hear the motion?
No, that's the reason I can't answer this.
Okay. Made a motion to cancel our membership with Gerard and adopt a case-by-case with Douglas County. Is it Douglas County?
No, it's Johnson.
Johnson County. Okay, Johnson County. I stand corrected.
Do you remember who? I just got this like 20 minutes before the meeting started, so I'm trying to go through.
That's the same, I just got it.
What, the email?
Motion died for lack of second.
I'm trying to remember what the title of that email was.
I must not have got it at all if it was 20 minutes.
Yeah, I didn't get it until,
I know, there it is. It came from the
All right,
sheriff.
well, let's just, since
on.
that died lack a second,
Okay.
we'll table it.
okay.
It did not go to.
In light of this new material, so.
It did not go to the lawyer.
Okay, yeah, and it had a request on there for it to go to Bob. So we need to make sure it gets to Bob and then, but I am very in support. We just need to look at that contract.
Okay.
Bob does.
Table it to next week.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, next will be appraiser contract, Matt Quick, which was tabled to this week. Do we have that? Do we have your contract? I mean, we have that contract.
Yep.
Wanted to look at it again? Did you want to look at it again?
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
And we still need to repeal the other resolution that does not, just a moment, let me get my page switched. There's a resolution. $32.21 that doesn't expire until January 1, 2027.
Is that the original contract
is.
that Justin and I wrote up? Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, that one got vetoed because the state wouldn't accept it that way, and we didn't realize it at the time that
Yeah.
that was, yeah.
So it's really not in effect. There's probably minutes that talk about that, I didn't research that.
Right, yeah, that was the original contract, and then we tried to send it to the state, they said, no, it needs to be in this resolution that they use, and that's what the new one looks like. And that's how, when we redid it for that, and they signed off on it.
And this is for a 4-year period?
Yeah, all appraisers are appointed for 4 years.
This is what I'm talking about. That one goes till 2027.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Justin did 27, I know it's supposed to
And
be
it's never
4
been
years.
repealed?
Yeah.
So what's wrong with this one from?
It's not in their format.
It's not in the format that the property valuation division will accept. So we had to nix that one and do the other one, which is basically exactly like the one that you have in your
So my question is, what does it hurt if we go ahead and repeal that resolution? Because even
That's
if
what
it
I
doesn't.
wanted to
Yeah,
just
it doesn't
Because
hurt
it's
anything.
just
Yeah.
on,
Yeah.
just so we're documenting, we gotta cross our Ts and dot our Is,
Yeah.
Yep.
and then we just go on with the next one. So this contract term is for this certain amount for the next 4 years.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I can't remember.
That one right there.
That's for doing the environmental
Okay.
side of it. Yeah.
And the other amount is the normal,
Mm-hmm.
okay.
And,
I don't know if I can talk about it in open forum, so I just want to give you, let me know if
Yeah.
I'm doing something wrong.
I mean, it's a tough question, but well, if we have a falling out, we stuck with you for 4 years, or?
No, you guys can rescind it. Yeah. No, you can with the approval. You got to go to the state and they approve and say that.
Is that
yeah,
part of the statute that's?
Yeah,
listed in
the
there?
statute reads it that way. Yeah. So,
I'm good with this.
You want to make the motion to repeal?
Yeah. I move we rescind resolution 3221 and adopt resolution and repeal 0822.
There was two.
Oh, there's two of them that we're taking back. 3221 and 0822. And I'm asking for the new resolution number.
In 2025.
Okay, you want me to go ahead and write it?
Mm-hmm.
And adopt resolution 2025 for the appraiser's contract.
Second.
2025.
Tran,
Yes.
Milburn,
Yes.
Beerbauer.
Yes.
Thanks, sir. Thanks, sir.
mhm. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Did we want to go ahead and talk about NRP? You may come back and do that because it was later down there.
You okay with that, Madam Clerk? You're up next.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Okay. All right, well, let's go with NRP discussion.
I sent it to her. She gave you guys the numbers basically for, I took 23, 24, and 25, the applications and the properties that we had improvements on that are in NRP. And I looked at what dollar signs we're looking at as far as if those come on sooner. I took 24's mill levy, took the values, and it came out to be just right around a little over 100,000, like 110,000 or 118,000. I can't remember exactly the number that would come back on the books, and that's just county dollars. That doesn't include the schools and this, you know, the other entities that are in that. That's just for the county. So there'd be another over $100,000 that would come back on that much quicker. You know, saying if it wasn't 10 years, now we're like 10 years that we're not getting that money. 5 years is still good for the citizens, still good for the county, and it helps, you know, helps the taxpayers as well.
Mrs. Walker, did you send that to me?
I don't, Jennifer took care of the agenda on Friday because I had election
Gotcha.
training, and I don't
Okay.
think it got sent out.
All right.
So I apologize for that. We can
That's,
bring it
yeah, I
back.
can, we can bring it back. Like I said, there's no hurry on it.
Okay.
But yeah, that's what it is. It's just 23, 24, and 25's numbers as far as appraised value for those properties and what the tax dollars would come back on if they ended today. This is what would come back on
Copy.
the tax dollars. So,
I would like to have an opportunity to review those documents.
Okay.
So if
Yeah.
we could table this for another week, I'd really appreciate
yeah,
it.
that's not a
What
problem.
documents were you talking about? I'm sorry,
The
I'm
numbers,
still taking
he
notes.
was-
I put together numbers of what if we went for the 3 years that are on contract now for 10 years on NRP.
Do you wanna, okay, I have those here. Would you like to just look at them now so our agenda don't grow?
No,
Or we can wait?
How big is
I
the
brought
document?
this, not very big, very little.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah, that's a little different. That's a different one than what I sent
Is
this
it?
last week. Yeah, hold on, I've got it here.
I don't guess I got another one.
So last year we got 55 applicants. So you got almost 200 applicants since 2021.
Mm-hmm. It's been a very successful program. I mean, people are utilizing it. It's great. It is a great incentive to get people to make improvements to their property.
Yeah, this just tells me how many applicants are, and it doesn't tell me
Yeah.
the exact numbers of the savings, because that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at to see how much money is coming back to the county. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So, there you go, sir. I'd still like to push it off till next week, please.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I'll make sure it meets that to you. It's just a,
We
Little
pushed a
thing
few
to-
to next week, and we just push it to the 14th,
Okay.
so don't get too big.
July 14th? Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
Thank you,
anything
sir.
else? No, thank you guys, I appreciate you. I'll need a copy of that
District
stuff.
4 and 5 turnout.
Okay.
Okay. Part of the redistricting process is that you need to do a 1-year term and a 3-year term for the new districts. And there's a resolution that would adopt that. I don't know how you want to handle that, but you'll have to determine which district is a 1-year term and which district is a 3-year term. There's the resolution. That would be for districts 4 and 5.
So you're the parliamentarian, right? You're the parliamentarian? Can we do rock, paper, scissors? That's a joke, that's a joke.
Any suggestions?
Did you want to look at it?
This is uncharted territory, right? It's not like we've done this before.
No. What's the length of your term now? The 3.
2027 and 3.
So it's a 1-year term.
But I'm not gonna stay in 3.
I know you're running for.
More than likely, yeah, maybe 5. Yeah. And if that happens, the Republican Party will have to go back to work again.
Well, they have to go. But you're running unopposed.
No, I can't have 2 seats, so I will have to
Okay.
step down and they'll have to appoint.
Right.
Yeah.
And when is that, by general or by, when would you have to step down?
Oh, when the swearing for the new
Okay, so that's
district
in
will take
January.
place, I believe. Yeah.
We are discussing, right? This is discussion. So whenever you're downrange, one of the things that happens is if you switch out people too quickly, and you know this, when you switch out people too quickly, you lose a lot of historical knowledge. You lose the momentum. Make sense? So when I'm looking at this, I'm like, this body of government has gone through a lot of ups and downs and turmoil with the various people coming and going. And what I would like to do is make it so that so far as the commissioners can do, is we give that opportunity to keep that, at least one person in there a longer term. Make sense? To build that continuity. Because I think if we start cutting people's legs out from underneath them, I think it's not gonna do us any, by us, I mean, I'm talking about the county. I don't think it's gonna do us any service. Because it takes some time, and this is my second meeting, well, second week, and I can honestly say it's a huge learning curve. It's a very big learning curve, and this is not a responsibility that I personally take lightly or am flippant about. So what I'm saying is, if Michael's gonna run for, if Commissioner Milburn is gonna run for whatever district, I say that district should be the longer, because she has the continuity. She's been here. Now, that may be political suicide, but hey, that's my take
I
on it.
don't know how it would be I kind of look at it kind of the opposite.
Okay,
Because, I mean, and I understand about the downrange and an experience, but I'm also looking at the other candidate, and they're both running, you know, in an election. But going from an appointed to, I mean, they both are running for election for 4 years, and one of them's getting their feet cut out of it.
right, and this is no way indicative of you, sir. Please understand that, okay? Thank you.
So it does become difficult.
Right.
And it's, I mean, she is, by the time that the next swearing in, she's gonna be quite seasoned. We all will be. I mean, we've kind of had baptism by fire
Right.
since January, so.
Can you tell me who's second of this?
May I ask a
The
question?
2025 resolution.
Regarding this district, yes.
Regarding the
Is she
Yeah.
allowed to ask
Can
questions?
she campaign and still serve
Train.
another district? Campaign for one, serving another.
Mm.
I called on her, yeah, she asked for permission to, okay.
Otherwise, she'd have to resign before the primary. Or
I don't know what the rules on, can you answer
Which
that?
would mean she'd have
That's
to
a
be
weird
replaced
discussion.
between then and January.
She will serve until she is sworn in into the new role.
In her new role.
Mhm.
So she can serve one and campaign for another.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. Thank you.
So, how soon do we gotta know this? That would be, I mean, I hate to kick the can.
Should have been done a long time ago,
Should have been
actually.
done a long time ago. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, before people ran, it should have been done then.
So it is between me and you, really. Can you vote? I don't think you can vote on this.
I'm not
I
gonna,
don't
if I
think she
can,
could
I'm
vote
not
on
doing
this. I think
that.
she'd have to abstain, yeah. So,
Could I ask a question? What is your term and what is Sam's term?
I was elected for a 4-year term, so my
So when
term
is that-
ends in
when is that due?
2028.
I think my term ends in 18 months. My term is only 18 months long.
Well, that's 28 also.
Mhm.
So you're both done in January of 28.
So again, it's, you know, there's 2 positions that are gonna be removed, or one, I'm not gonna say, you know, that we're gonna be in, would be presumptuous. But what I'm saying is, there's 2 bodies that definitely are gonna come out, so it leaves whoever, you know, is here to basically hold down the fort and keep the continuity. Because through all of this is like, continuity to me is important. You know who you got. You know what they stand for. It's the change that starts messing things
Commissioner
up.
Milburn is, if you don't get elected, when is your term end? For 3.
27.
It's the same, if she
And
had a
if you
1-year.
get elected, it's for 4 years.
No, not
No.
necessarily,
No.
we don't know that yet.
That's what we're determining.
It's either gonna be a 1-year or a
So it
3-year
sounds to me
term.
like they're all ending at the same time.
I don't think they will. No. 2 will be will pin next year and be voted in 2027, and then 3 will carry over to 2028, I think, or something like that. But they'll stagger, but it's gonna take a while to get them to stagger. But we'll be 5 next January, so, or 4. Or 4, and have to appoint one. So, since time is pressing on this, I'll concede to your recommendation if you
Okay.
make the motion.
Which district are you running for?
5.
5. So I make a motion that District 5 Commissioner will serve a 3-year term and District 4 Commissioner will serve a 1-year term.
I'll second.
Beer Bear,
Yes.
Tran,
Yes.
Milburn.
Abstain.
Can I ask you all to repeat again, I'm sorry, the districts and when they will be up for reelection?
Can you shed light on?
Micah's current term at 3 would end in January of 2027 because she was fulfilling Leroy's first 2 years. She is the only candidate in 5, and so I'm assuming she's going to get that, and it will be now a 3-year term in 5. So that will be 27, 28, 29. Okay, and then District 4, there we also only have one candidate. It will be a 1-year term, so that will be 2027. Because you will take office January 26th, it will be a 1-year term. So yours is a full 4 years.
Which started this January.
So 20 years, you would be,
We run in the fall of 2027, and go down 2028.
no, you'd run fall of 2028 and swear in 2029.
Equal to her.
And then
What is that?
2020, the end of 2028 for Commissioner Beerbauer, he'd swear in.
District 2.
Yeah, District 2.
2028. So is it January of 29?
Yes, sir.
And then Brandon had one election, and since the resignation took place before May of the first 2 years of his term, he is finishing out 2 years of his term, like you said. So it would be, I don't know why I can't talk, 2027. And then 3, when Commissioner Milburn transitions to position 5, we will do the same and will appoint out of old 3 following the rules, and it will be for 2 years to fulfill.
So I have 3 at on 127.
Not yet, I know.
Katie,
Yes,
I have
sir.
3 of them that are gonna be until 127.
Yeah.
Which is fine. We just don't want 4 over. It'll be 3 and 2, which is why they slated 1-year term for one and a 3-year term for another.
That resolution that was
Oh.
passing around. That number is 2125.
And District, remind me again, District
5.
5.
Do you want another motion to adopt the resolution? Probably would be a good idea. I'm gonna abstain from this one again. She needs a motion to adopt resolution 2125.
I move that we adopt resolution 2125.
Second?
Tran,
Yes.
Milburn,
Abstain.
Beer Bear.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, next is courthouse repairs. We're not on that. Did we strike that?
Did we strike out D? Number 9D?
9D. Oh, no, I'm sorry. All right, Southeast Kansas Mental Health Resolution and Letter of Support, Commissioner Milburn.
Okay.
This is the same thing we went over last week, and I have this resolution and letter of support if you guys have thought about it and want to support it.
Motion.
Okay. What number will this be?
2225.
I move we adopt resolution 2225, repealing resolution dated April 25, 1961. Do you guys all want me to read this again? Read it last week. I think somebody's here to see this. Do you guys want to hear it? Anybody want to hear it?
I'm
Nobody?
good with it.
Okay. All right. Well, I move we adopt resolution 2225 and sign the letter of support.
So, second.
Milburn,
Yes.
Beerbauer,
Yes.
Tran.
Yes.
Yes.
Tran.
Thank you.
Now courthouse repairs.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why that's, I thought we,
Thank you, ma'am.
was there something we needed to finalize on that?
I think that was down, did that come down from down here, move up? That must have been,
We already discussed the elevator just recently, right?
yeah, this was more a discussion about the,
Okay.
how we were gonna do the bid process for the,
Right.
outside repairs of the building.
Okay.
We're kinda seasoned
Okay.
in that, so.
So, I spent a lot of time this weekend looking through the document that was provided for me, and what I'm about to say is not indicative upon anybody within the courthouse. I personally think that our county employees are doing the best that they can with the resources that they were given and the direction of the leadership at the time. So, there's a lot of stuff that I saw that fell through the cracks. And like I said, I went through the proposal. I think it's called a proposal. It's basically a maintenance plan, 5-year technology upgrade path. So it's gonna be a little bit lengthy, so please bear with me. But the courthouse, the exterior work including cleaning, reglazing windows, tuck pointing of limestone bricks, the cost was $162,550. The exterior cleaning and sealing tuck pointing, the north edition would be this one, I believe. It's $27,000. The boilers and HVAC is going to come in at $450,000. The new courtroom HVAC is going to come in at $47,500. These are numbers that were provided to me. Okay. Other HVAC systems in the old jail office edition would be estimated as $113,000. That was phase 1. Phase 2, phase 3 would be another $115,000. The roof for the entire building would be $180,000. The fire system, and that's all it says is fire system, because I'm not seeing fire risers, I'm not seeing fire pumps, I'm not seeing suppression system. I'm just reading it. Fire system is $26,945. The phone system's going to come in at $27,850. There's a mower that needs to be replaced to the tune of $8,734. The marble floors was stripped and polished and sealed was $40,000. So the projected 10-year cost for the courthouse is $1,083,573. The annex, which is the 2nd Street Annex Building Driver's License Spider Probation Area, The roof is 60 grand. The basement's anywhere between 50 to 25. The updates are 10 to 20 for a total of 95. The SEK Health Department building, that number's coming at $1.138 million. I added up these numbers and it's basically gonna cost us total, after adding it all, it's like it's 1.138, $1,138,573. And I think this is an old document, okay? The IT upgrade is gonna cost $230,310. That's for the IT upgrade. And again, that's an old cost estimate. So, here's some of the problems I see with it, and this is, I need to talk to you guys about it because we need to figure out a way to make this, we need to make it work somehow. But the cost proposal does not include line item cost estimates nor bid from contractors. The numbers are lump sum amounts. There is no line item breakout. So I can't tell you if the numbers are good or numbers bad. And that's not, I'm not besmirching anybody. This is the numbers I got, okay? So bids are generally only good for 90 to 120 days. With the current state of the economy, I would venture to say 30 to 45 days at best. So we're gonna have to get new bids, okay? Some of the cost proposals vary greatly. Some of them are like $10,000 difference. And when you're coming to the commissioner, a $10,000 variance is not good. I need to know, I personally, I'm not speaking for my counterparts, I personally want hard numbers, okay, not $10,000 difference. One estimate's over $1 million, but does not explain why or what costs $1 million. And I did see that. I was like, I didn't understand that, but I included the numbers anyways. Without the ability to verify some products and equipment costs, this cost seems high. And one of the easiest one was like $8,700 for a lawnmower. I thought that was, I didn't pay $8,700 for a lawnmower. I'm not sure what kind of lawnmower is required. I'm just using that for an example, okay? I'm not saying the numbers are erroneous or inflated. We just need to ensure that we're exact on our counting and all goods, and we're all good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars. That's ultimately my job, is to be a steward of your money, not my money. This is your money, our money. Make sense? So it was $1 million. One of the costs was $1,083,573. It was the project cost for the courthouse maintenance. Adding up all the items come out to $1,198,579. $95,000 was the projected cost for maintaining the annex. But if you add up the cost using the higher cost estimate, remember some of them were like 10 to 20, 15 to 25. That comes out to another $105,000, not 95. Okay, both combined came out to $1,303,579. So even if the county could or would fund this amount, doing so without a line item bid is not recommended. We would also require an on-site project manager to oversee the work, thus ensuring the work is done properly and within budget. I would also recommend that we prioritize the requirements with inputs from the various stakeholders. In this case, it would be the judiciary family. They are the end users. So we would need inputs from the judge, his staff, the clerks, everybody that's in this building, okay? We just can't go in here and we're gonna do this. Because in the end, we serve the people. They're our clients just as much as we are their clients. Does that make sense? So we definitely need their inputs. I'm sure our judges and judicial staff would greatly appreciate having input into this, since they may or will be affected by the disruption. Lastly, well, not lastly, I believe we need to verify the outline requirements. Some systems and equipment may be usable for a while longer. We need to capture these facts and program the work for future years. So, having said all that, I've enlisted the help of several citizens within Bourbon County to help me inspect and document their findings and report back to the commissioner. The services of these individuals they're not gonna charge us. They're gonna volunteer their time. I'm volunteering my time. I'll run the building with these individuals, and we'll start from top to bottom, and we'll annotate anything and everything we find wrong, okay? Because the county needs to verify that, how bad is the roof, how bad is the tuck point. It was like, and we need to break this down. We need small bites, because it's very easy for a project of this building of this size to have mission creep, and before we know it, we're in the millions and millions of dollars. Make sense? And I don't want to do that. We also need to look at formalizing how the county procures goods, services, and equipment. That's a huge one. I'm like, I don't even know how we go through that, because in my world, I can't use a credit card without pre-approval. And there's a certain dollar amount. I can't go over $2,500 on certain things and $1,500 on other things. There's a way of doing this. So we need to figure out how people in the building get things done. I think we need to really look at revamping that whole, how we maintain the buildings. I spoke, let me finish it up. And we ought to require market analysis with a minimum of 3 bids. You should know what a boiler costs you on open market, okay? And then you should know what 3 contractors are gonna charge you to replace that boiler, okay? We should require itemized line items in our bids and not accept lump sum. Lump sum is bad. Anybody who pays lump sum for a contract is foolish, because you need that cost breakdown. You need to know where your money's going. Each procurement should include a robust performance work statement, a PWS. If somebody's building your house, you need to know how that person is going to build your house. Are the walls out of 2x4, 2x6s, 2x8s, 16 inches on center, 12 inches on center? You need to know what kind of insulation goes in it, and that needs to be spelled out in a PWS. If you don't have a PWS, I can come in here and put whatever I want out there and say, you told me to build a 2,400 square foot house. You didn't tell me how. Make sense? So we need a PWS. Thus ensuring we get exactly what we're paying for. And again, kudos to the people to the individuals who came up with this. It's a starting point. I like it, but I think there's much more to go, okay? And I think we need to, we don't have a budget, to my knowledge. Am I wrong? Yes, ma'am, Mrs. Walker. Do we have a budget for, hang on, let me be very specific in my question. Do we have an O&M, operations and maintenance budget, for the maintenance and upkeep of our county facilities? And no. So that means I don't have a budget for the courthouse, I don't have a budget for public works, I don't have a budget for any of the outlying buildings.
You have basic maintenance. That's it.
And the basic maintenance is, if something breaks, call a vendor, the vendor comes in and repairs it.
We are reactive.
So if it's a small building with a mini split, a few windows, a real simple building, I could see that. But when you have a complicated building with an HVAC system that needs to be modernized, okay, you need an O&M budget. You need an O&M person to run that. And that O&M, so how Public Works takes care of the roads and bridges within the county, you're gonna need a small team. And I'm not saying 20, I'm saying a small team who can run the O&M portion of it, who can carry a tool bag, go out there and look at stuff, fix it, and when things break beyond their scope, they can come to the county and say, I got you 3 bids, right? These 3 bids is what's gonna cost us, and I need money, however, and we need to figure that out as a group. But before all this happens, my recommendation is allow me and a few guys, and it may be more than a few guys, but here's my pledge to you. Whoever I bring on, we're not gonna charge you. This is work, county citizens doing this work for the county people, because quite frankly, ladies and gentlemen, you saw the budget lady talk about it. I'm not happy about our budget. I'm not happy about where we are monetarily, so I'm not gonna sit there and say we need to go hire an A&E firm. So it's that A&E is architect and engineering firm to come in and tell me what's wrong with the county building. Make sense? That's thousands of dollars that I'm pretty sure we don't have.
Commissioner Tran, may I
Yes, ma'am,
speak?
please, I'm sorry.
There was a engineer that was hired, and there's an AIA document. Have you seen that document?
No, ma'am.
Okay, may I share that with you?
Sure.
Okay. There was a engineer that came in to do just the bare minimum on the outside of the building, and that was presented, and it was a few meetings ago. And that's how we would have addressed, this very specific line items.
Are you talking about this one?
No, I am not.
There's one behind it, right?
I think there is. Keep going, I'm
There's a
sorry.
big
I don't need to.
I think the document that you were referring to was just some examples of some things that need to be done in the future, 5 to 10 year plan. But there was an AI document just for the tuck pointing, the washing of the building, the sealing of the windows. So that document does exist, and I can get it to you.
Please, can I have it electronically?
Yes.
So that's where I'm at with that. So I guess, do I need to do a proposal or?
I move we give Commissioner Tran the authority of the commission to go through the building and find out, determine what repairs he and his team believe the building needs.
So may I, yeah, go ahead. Before we vote, I need to do one caveat. Here's if I'm allowed to do this, and I know there's people watching on the internet, and to my judiciary family, I will not step foot into a space that I'm not invited. To anybody in the building, I will not step foot into a space that I'm not invited. If you don't invite me into the space, I can't assess it, okay? And that's fair, and that's perfectly fair. I just don't want people to feel that I'm injecting myself into their operation or their function. That's not my intention. My intention is to look at the building and give the commissioners a succinct report, okay? So.
I would like to add on to that is time frame. When would you be able to report back?
May I have 30 days? I'll try to get it sooner, but I'll give you a status. I will give you a status update each week as we go through.
30 days?
Yes, sir.
From, should be August 1st,
Yeah.
or whatever the first, August 4th.
Okay.
Okay.
August 4th, yeah.
And for Commissioner Tran to report back August 4th.
Okay. I'll second.
Milburn,
Yes.
Beerbauer,
Yes.
Tran.
Do I vote on this? Sounds like a con.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
okay,
you
yes.
can.
Further discussion regarding the bid process. Commissioner Milburn, was you working on that? The bid and bond and
Oh, I'd
all?
be happy to just let Commissioner Tran take that, since he's taken ownership of.
No, I'll take it. I don't have an issue. Because the other half of this one, and I'm going to direct my comments to the
Go ahead.
gallery.
Go ahead.
The other half of this is, you ever drive through all these different counties and you see that there's a brand new Justice Center? You ever see that? You ever wonder why? Because at some point, the ROI is not there to rehab an old building. That's not to say that this grand old lady doesn't deserve our love and our care and to be refurbished. But when you start looking at the mission, today's court mission versus the mission that was 50, 60 years ago, that mission may have changed. So what I'm saying, I'm giving you due diligence, warning you that it may come back where it's like we may be better off spending the money on a justice center versus putting money into a building that really, no matter what you do, it's not going to serve your purpose. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that's set in stone. I'm just giving you fair warning, okay, that might happen. All right. Thank you, man.
And I know it was like a week or so ago, we discussed about the bidding process itself. And that maybe is too strenuous to other companies that might want to bid to do this work.
Right.
So was something that you was
Yeah, I hope
looking
when
at
he
her, I
goes
mean,
through
you
the
wanna go
building,
ahead?
I hope when he goes through the building, he would break those down into smaller
I am.
things.
Yeah.
I'm gonna break it down and because the thing is, we need to go look at it. It's like what's critical. Like for me, right off the top of my head, what's critical is the envelope.
Okay.
So anything on the outside of this building, the roof, the windows, the tucking,
Yes,
we
thank
need to
you.
seal it
Yes.
because you're not gonna put new drywall and paint new carpet if your
Yeah.
roof is leaking. That doesn't make sense.
Okay.
So
All right. So we're good with that. We're good, we're moving forward to the next one would be zoning
Maybe we
recommendation.
take one break and I can,
Okay.
oh, did he go? There was a person there from mental health. I
What?
was gonna make some copies and give him that letter. He
He's
left?
gone.
Okay, then. Never mind.
Never mind. All right,
Will you email it to him, Susan? Thank you.
okay. We good to go? Or you
Yeah,
wanna?
I just wanted to give him
wanna
that copy,
reset?
but he left.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right, zoning recommendations. Who's gonna present for the committee? Mr. Ashford.
I do think we skipped one though. Animal controls before this.
We tabled that at the beginning of the meeting. Thank you, Susan.
Is Mary coming in?
she's out in the hall.
Oh, she is.
Is there enough copies?
I think so.
One more? You got one more?
I don't, but I can go make one.
No, well, that's all right.
She-
Who's good? You? Yeah. Do you need one? Okay. Begin.
Okay, so County Commissioners, over the course of the last 6 weeks, plus or minus, this committee has held several meetings, 3 town halls, and countless conversations with members of the community. After careful consideration of all the viewpoints expressed, it is this committee's recommendation to proceed with limited zoning for Bourbon County, Kansas. The implementation of zoning will help preserve productive farm and ranch lands from unfettered development of large-scale industrial and commercial projects. Additionally, it will clearly define requirements for the development of land for large-scale projects within the county. The zoning policy needs to be forward-thinking and comprehensive. It must require potential projects to be defined by size, energy output, or use. We've come up with some proposed zoning types: agricultural, A1, large commercial, C1, large industrial, I1. And there could be a need for some transitional zoning around the cities that would need to be investigated. It is the recommendation of this committee to begin by zoning the entire county A1, which would be agricultural land. Agricultural land needs to be zoned such that outside of agriculture, personal residence, personal use, or small local businesses would need to be a conditional use permit, or CUP, or must be rezoned. Anything commercial above a defined threshold or industrial would need to be approved through the zoning commission. When and if there is a proposed land use change that fits the definition of C1 or I1, the landowner will be required to submit the project for approval by the zoning commission for either a CUP or zoning change. This committee recommends defining C1 and I1 in a forward-thinking way that is proactive. Some of the ideas on how to define industrial and commercial uses would require a CUP or zoning. Would be the footprint of the structure, either a predefined square footage or a percentage of the lot, noise at a predefined level at the property line, odor or smoke gas discharge, hazardous materials above a certain volume, vehicle traffic, output of energy beyond a residential scale, development beyond a predetermined monetary value. It is this committee's determination that there were several concerns that the county commissioners and future zoning commissioners must take into consideration. These are items that we heard during the town hall meetings we had. Personal property rights and liberties. Through meetings with citizens, it became clear that there's a strong contingent that does not desire the implementation of zoning for fear that they will lose their personal property rights due to government overreach. These rights are fundamental to this community. Therefore, zoning must include as much protection for personal property as possible. This includes protection of rights as well as neighbors and the community as a whole. Some recommendations to balance these concerns are limited but comprehensive zoning. The zoning policy needs to define clearly what type of land use would fall into C1 and I1. These uses need to be forward-thinking in nature and not limited to a specific industry or use, so that they address any future industries that may arise. Strict and clear processes for future zoning changes. There need to be checks and balances in place to avoid unnecessary expansion of zoning regulations. Grandfathering existing land uses. So all land uses should be grandfathered with no phase-out clause, so that the business may be grandfathered in its current location, including reasonable expansion or ownership change, unless the character of the business changes. The specifics of this will need to be investigated further, but local businesses should be encouraged to remain and grow in the county. And then personal liberties obviously need to be addressed. Codes. People do not want codes that are concerned that they will have to pull a permit to construct a barn, house, or other structure on their property. No building code should be imposed on the county beyond those defined for large-scale industrial and large-scale commercial projects.
Also, environmental and property values. Many citizens are duly concerned about the impact of solar panels and battery storage systems adjacent to their properties and the impact that unrestricted industrial development will have on the community. Some recommendations to help balance these concerns include incorporating environmental and property value studies into the requirements for large-scale industrial and commercial development, reasonable setback and visual barrier requirements that need thoroughly reviewed, and a standard to be set so it's clear to everyone looking to build a large-scale commercial or industrial development. These requirements must be balanced and fair to both the landowner and the adjacent property owner. They need to address safety concerns, property encroachment, loss of property value, and reasonable visual screening. Consider establishing a maximum limit on the amount of land that may be allocated for large-scale industrial developments. This limit should be determined as a percentage of the total land in the unincorporated areas of the county. Additionally, costs were a concern that was voiced. The cost of zoning that zoning could have on the community, both initially and as an ongoing cost. And therefore, this committee recommends engaging with a reputable planning firm with experience in rural land development in order to mitigate zoning implementation costs and prevent mistakes that could be financially burdensome. Tax revenue. People felt that implementation of zoning would drive business away and therefore reduce the county's tax revenue, resulting in raising personal property taxes. We believe the zoning must be business friendly. There should be strong measures taken to show the county is not anti-business. The county wants to encourage businesses to come to this community and grow in sustainable ways. Studies may need to be done on how to encourage this economic growth within Bourbon County and the impact that zoning would have on promoting sustainable growth. Some other items that need consideration during the zoning process include addressing temporary events. They should be encouraged to come to Bourbon County, and any zoning that is implemented should not create a barrier for such events. They increase commerce in the community. The length of time that is considered temporary would need to be clearly defined, and further investigation is needed to study if any additional requirements should be implemented. There are a couple of resources that we found during our research that we found very helpful that we are passing along. One of them is the American Planning Association website is planning.org/PAS/memo/2019/SEP. Also, Kansas Practical Guide to Zoning and Land Use Changes. The website there is issuu.com/rpte/law/docs/e-report-2022-summer-S-16831124. That is our recommendation. We thank you for thoughtful consideration of these recommendations. And the zoning committee, including myself, Brian Ashworth, Pete Owenby, Jason Yount, Brian Wade, Amanda Spicer, Jim Banwart Jr., and Mike Houston. Any questions?
Thank you very much for all the work that you all did and all the time that you gave for the subject that you were looking into.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
I watched some of your meetings. I will say that you guys did not take this lightly. That you guys literally did a deep dive on all of this. And I can't, I can't thank you enough. You gave it its due diligence, and that's all any of us can ask for. The outcome is the outcome. But I think if every citizen would just do their research on any myriad of subject that this county governing body gets involved in, I think we'd be a much better group of people. So thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, thank you guys for all the hard work and time that you gave to this. I'm like Commissioner Tran. I can't thank you enough. And we will not take these recommendations lightly. Moving forward with this, we will be conducting commissioner work sessions. We will have public hearings, and then we will move forward with what we for a vote to decide on zoning and what it will look like. And you guys have contributed a lot. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Didn't we repeal 1925? Wasn't that already done?
Do we need to dissolve?
I'd like to make a motion.
No, we're not ready to dissolve.
You're not?
No, we might want to bring them back.
Yeah, if you dissolve them too soon, then you can't bring them back to ask questions if you have questions later on. It
They've
doesn't,
given their recommendation, and that was the purpose of the committee, though. So,
right? So, I mean,
Do you have your
Look at it as a
bylaws?
point of order. No, I did.
No.
I'm interested in hearing your opinion, so please.
Well, I'd like to look at the bylaws and make sure that we follow them.
Gotcha.
Because they've given their recommendation, and I just need to make sure that we follow what was
I understand,
presented.
yeah, I understand that.
I'll have to, I don't think I got it on here with that one.
Do you want me to put it as an agenda item for the next meeting?
Yeah,
That'd be wonderful, thank you.
okay. All right. So we'll move on to repealing resolution 19-25.
Give me just a minute, please.
I don't know. What is that resolution?
This was the resolution, 1925 was the resolution for the formation of the benefits committee. And paragraph 5 stated that the meetings would not be in the open, so we need to amend the resolution to remove paragraph 5 that reads that the meetings will not be open to the public. Did you rewrite one without?
I haven't, so I'll bring it
Okay.
back to the next meeting. The one thing, I don't know if you guys want to define the role of that group.
Was it in the bylaws?
I don't know. Did it have too much in the bylaws? More than what we anticipated?
Let's just look at it real quick so we don't have to come back later.
The committee will review various insurance options, consider cost effectiveness, impact on employees, ultimately recommend plans to the commissioner. adherence to the budget. All recommendation must be made with consideration for cost savings to the county, keeping in mind sufficient benefits for employees, input from benefits department. The employees represented from the county benefit department will provide necessary data, answer questions, and present options to the committee. This employee will not have voting rights, but will ensure that the committee decision-making is informed by accurate and timely information. Public and employee feedback. The committee will seek feedback from the general employee base to ensure that employees' needs are adequately represented in review of the insurance option. Decision will be made by a majority vote of 5 voting members. Recommendation to the committee. Once the committee has agreed on insurance option, it shall present a written recommendation to the commission for approval. The amendments, Article 7, amendments of bylaws. The commission has the authority to amend bylaws as needed by majority vote of the commission. Article 8, miscellaneous provision, confidentiality. Committee members are required to maintain confidentiality on matters that may involve proprietary and sensitive information.
I think that last one should just be removed because I don't think they'll ever encounter that. But
Okay.
I can rewrite the resolution with all that in it,
Okay.
So,
if you would like.
and my question is, I would like to explain to the general public why it's not open to the general public.
It's gonna be open.
It's
It is
gonna
be
go
open.
ahead.
All right.
Yeah, they were,
Okay.
they're, originally Susan thought they might bring in the insurance carrier
Sure.
and talk more deeply into specific cases that are
Copy.
affecting the cost,
Okay.
but later decided just to,
I think we discussed as a group
Yeah.
the last meeting that
Okay.
they won't be doing that you guys will be doing that in executive session.
Okay.
so if we like the bylaws, we'll just amend to remove the the Article 8.
Yes, ma'am.
And then, and just, you know, Susan, none of the others, we didn't have resolutions for any of the others, so we can actually just go off the bylaws.
Okay.
If, you know, if that suits you. Cause you're gonna be in the,
The
those.
reason why resolutions
a
are
lot.
done is for historical nature.
That's it, then,
And so so if somebody later on 10 years down the road wanna know what that is, it's in resolution form, so it's easier to find.
can we just amend the I'm one of those guys, I just like my,
Sure.
I just like it.
Staying consistent, though, we
Yes,
don't
ma'am.
have a resolution for the Budget Advisory Board either. So if we're gonna do a resolution, we need to do one for our parliamentarian, our Budget Advisory Board, and our, Insurance Committee.
Really.
All 3, yeah,
Yep, yeah.
which is fine.
Yeah.
And then
And
go
so-
back and do one for the zoning advisory?
If you wouldn't so much mind,
You
Susan,
wanna,
to make those resolutions and bring them. And we'll repeal.
for history,
I move we repeal Resolution 1925.
okay?
Second.
Tran,
Yes.
Milburn,
Yes.
Beerbauer.
Yes. And then you're gonna bring a whole list of resolutions to us. Okay. Next on the
Do you want
order
me
of
to-
business,
A question, would you like for me to put them under consent? Give them in advance so you guys can read them, put them on consent, and then you can just
That'd be
roll
great.
right through them?
Yes.
Yep, because
Okay.
you're
Yeah.
making them directly off of these bylaws, so that'd be perfect.
okay. I'll get you a copy of the zoning bylaw.
Perfect.
All right. Is this your name?
Probably.
Probably. All right. Next on the order of business will be public comments for items not on the agenda. Mr. Hoyt,
That's what first.
I think I got emails and handouts. Is that what it says?
That's what it says.
Man, it's like a doctor, lawyer though.
Because I learned from Micah, you've had some problems getting emails, and I didn't get a read back from the test email that I sent you to Commissioner Tran, but that was, I think that was either Friday or Thursday. I have letter for each one of you. That's framed.
Do I get 2? I get 2?
Yeah, there's 2. And in the letter, one of the letters is a public document already, that was printed in all over the world except for in the Tribune. And The second letter was an email that I sent to each one of you, and I don't know that you received it. So I brought a copy for the record, since that was not a public document. It explains where HIPAA and COMA are in conflict, and it'll give you some further insight to why you should take paragraph 5 out of your resolution. And Mike and I discussed this a couple of times over the weekend, but I felt like if you hadn't received it in the email, I wanted to bring it to you.
I didn't get it, sir. I
Thank
just
you,
checked.
Michael.
Sorry.
See, I sent you one email that just said test email,
Yeah, it's
Didn't
not-
get it?
Yeah, no, sir.
and it's stran, right?
Yeah, it's stran at
Bourbon County KS dot- yeah,
org.
okay.
Yes, sir.
That's what I sent.
Okay.
So you got it now.
Thank you, Michael.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next up would be Mr. Parks. I am not sure what your,
I wasn't sure either. I just wanted to say, first off, I wanted to thank you three guys and ladies, you three commissioners, for what you do. As we found out here the last few months, this is not a job that everybody's cut out to do. So my hat's off to you, thank you very much. And then the other part I wanted to say is, as informed people, a lot of them, we didn't get it, got a text today about how you guys were gonna tell people what to plant and everything else. And I guess my comment is, I think that these people, these cowards, should be able to put their name and stuff on something if they're gonna send that out. You know, it's not credible if you're not gonna back it up with your name, so, anyway, but thank you guys for what you're doing. You couldn't run fast enough to stick this job up, you know what I mean.
thank you, thank you, sir. Here, you can pass them to her. All right, moving on. New business. Mr. Wells on truck bypass route. How are you tonight, sir?
Excellent.
Commissioner Wells.
I'm here on behalf of the city of Fort Scott. We have, I think you know about it, but the other commissioners probably don't. We've been working on a TEEP study, which is,
Do you want to have a seat?
I guess I can.
You may.
Yeah.
You don't charge extra.
They don't? Do I get paid for this?
No.
Oh, the city of Fort Scott has been working on a TEEP study, truck routes in and around Fort Scott. As part of the TEEP study, KDOT is talking about a southeast bypass. And the southeast bypass that KDOT is proposing is 240th Street out to Jayhawk, putting in a roundabout there and that triangle at Jayhawk, and then Jayhawk out to where they're looking at putting in the railroad overpass that we've been working on as well. And so I'm here this evening just to make you aware, number one, of those two projects that we've been working on. I know there's some new faces here, so you may not know about those projects, but they've been in the works for a couple of years. KDOT is wanting to look into how much it would cost to redo 240th, put the roundabout in, and redo Jayhawk to be able to handle truck traffic if there was another flood that backs up and doesn't allow the trucks to be able to get on the highway down here, and or when the trains get stuck on Wall Street and then the traffic piles up all the way back out past the edge of the state line. So just wanted to make sure that there was a consensus amongst y'all that it's okay for KDOT to continue looking into these avenues for
So, I mean, what kind of study was it called again? I'm sorry.
a TEEP, T-E-A-P. And as soon,
You know what it stands for? I can look it up if you don't.
yeah,
Does that also include the realignment of that road?
yes. They'd have to realign it, they would have to make 12-foot lanes, they would have to do a full depth study on the soil compaction, and then define what kind of substructure would have to be put in. There would have to be extension of the shoulders, the roundabout, like I said, there at the triangle, and then the same thing down Jayhawk to where the overpass is going to be put in, coming off of 69 over Liberty and the railroad tracks, and then tying back in.
So that's project number 2 is the overpass?
Yes, yeah.
Who is funding this?
It would be funded by, the overpass project would be funded by some federal funds, some state funds, and then Burlington Northern has railroad funds that are available that they're looking at, because they're interested in this project as well, because they're tired of decoupling the trains out there on Jayhawk. It takes them a lot of time and effort, and then they leave them sitting there. Now they'd be able to just pull it up and continue on. So,
What
go
about
ahead.
the road improvement that you're saying is needed, the additional lanes?
Yes, so that would be, there would be KDOT funds available for the roundabout and for the road construction and improvements as well. But they'll need to do a study first to find out how much it's going to cost. Yes.
And the study, I'm sorry, go ahead.
What about the landowners? Has anybody spoke to I'm guessing if you're widening a road, you're gonna need some property.
Yeah, because it looks like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 structures in and around that intersection.
You're talking there at Jayhawk?
Yes, sir, Jayhawk and 240.
Yeah, and none of those structures would be impacted.
Okay.
That's why they chose that particular location, because the way those roads come together, and then there's that giant triangle out there in the middle. They believe that there's more than enough room to put at least a 1-lane, but hopefully a 2-lane roundabout out there in that triangle area.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So here is the triangle, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're saying they want to put a roundabout here, or they want to put a roundabout here?
The roundabout would be in the middle of the triangle.
Middle triangle, okay.
Yes.
Do you know if this is gonna be like a widened 2-lane or just?
It would be a widened 2-lane on 240th and a widened 2-lane on Jayhawk.
And have they done a residential study of the landowner or the
Not yet.
occupants in that area?
Yeah, no, this is
that part of the study?
That would be part of their study.
As I've already got feedback from several people that
Okay.
do live out there, and it's not favorable.
Yep.
Michael,
So,
Commissioner Melbourne,
Yeah.
just so you know.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
yeah.
Did you get them the map that I emailed you?
Oh, you guys wanna see too? Here we go.
Okay.
I did not.
Originally, it was from
Okay.
50,
I can get
back
it
in the
to
1990s, they talked about from 54 Highway.
thought Jennifer said
around
that,
down
I'm
to
sorry.
39.
You're fine.
That's,
Yeah. She also has a map she can get y'all that I emailed that KDOT provided, showing the route that they want to propose and want to do the study on, so.
And you're, sir, you're saying that none of these people in this local vicinity are against it, or they're okay with it?
Don't know
You're
yet.
in the first stages of
We're
this.
like,
Oh,
we're like in the, KDOT wants to take a look at this, so.
'cause these are some very nice properties.
Explain to them where the truck route is today.
There is no bypass truck route at all.
Right.
So right now, currently, when it floods or if there's a train on Wall Street, they back up, unfortunately, sometimes all the way out to Deerfield with truck traffic. And the whole of 54 highway out there is just a parking lot of semis
But your
while they're
dedicated
waiting.
truck route, when something is down at is on Margrave.
Margaret is not, no.
So they've taken that out?
Well, no, it was never. Some Kansas Highway Patrolman in the past had designated that as an emergency bypass route,
Right.
but it is not a city-approved route.
No, but it is. When
Broadway,
there's construction, that's
yeah.
where they get taken.
yeah,
which is
they
not-
go that way, and that's just because they.
Why can't you put this is maybe silly,
Mm-hmm.
why can't you put a bypass at Wall Street, or like an overpass at Wall Street?
You mean like a train overpass on Wall Street?
One of the
It's-
two, one kind.
It's They are looking at Wall Street as one of the ones for the overpass study, but the amount of money that would have to be spent to get a grade in order to get an overpass over Wall Street is astronomical. So the three proposed overpasses right now are Jayhawk, one up near Spring Hill, and one up near Fontana, Kansas. So those are the three that they're proposing right now, because there is a grade already coming off of 69 highway there in front of the hospital interchange. And so they would be able to slope that out and bring it back down. And they have an estimated cost on that they think they could get funds. They are, after the last meeting we had, because we just got awarded that grant to take a look at that in February, and the study started in March, but it won't be completed till, I believe, September of this year. They are going to look at Wall Street after the meetings that we had, and we asked them to take a look at 2 other streets to see if there was any way of putting an overpass anywhere else. But
And that was my next question. What about other alternatives besides 240th and
yes,
and Jayhawk?
yeah, and they're looking at other ones, but again, those are decisions that are outside of my hands. It'll be KDOT, it'll be federal government getting involved because it's railroads, and then it will be Burlington Northern and Canadian Southern who make the final determination on where they're willing to expend their funds to get that accomplished. So, but I know that an overpass is something that the citizens around here definitely want and have asked for many years. So we've been working on it for about the last 2 years. So we're excited that there's actual movement going forward. So.
Chairman, may I give you some historical
Yeah,
knowledge?
I guess that, huh?
Can I give you some historical knowledge?
Yeah, I'm gonna open it up for the public, and if you wanna start off, go ahead.
Okay. Many years ago, there were two studies done. There was called a separation of grade study done, and all of these were done with the city, county, and the railroad, as well as KDOT. And the separation of grade study really tells you a lot about the trains and how they travel through here. But then there's also what's called a US 69 corridor study. And in that corridor study, it gives you all kinds of future planning. And this was one of the main things that they really hit on. And at the time, 23rd Street was on the area. But because we've had so many businesses develop in that area, the best probably is Jayhawk. They looked at Wall Street, they looked at several different ones, but because of all the impact, they wanted to lessen the impact on different. And I'd be more than happy to help you find those studies. They're old, they'd have to be redone, but they have great information in them. And it's about the development of city of Fort Scott. I mean, really how we expand, how we get traffic off of 69 highway and onto local roads, and so it's a really good study.
Yep. Okay. We have one, Mr.
The acronym is Traffic Engineering Assistance Program.
Thank you.
Anybody else got a question? Michael Hoyt.
Matthew, what are we going to do when they start redoing Wall Street?
The proposed alternate route currently is the highway out near where Archer, Daniel, where they have the biodiesel plant, to detour them onto that and send them up towards the entrance that comes out up there near the trading post.
Oh, okay.
So.
That's what
No, it's all state highways headed up north, and then it comes back over to 69.
So they would have to.
But yeah, they're gonna.
South, they're gonna have to go all the way to Trading Post to get back to ADM.
That's the northern route. The southern route, I would have to double check on, but there are two paved routes. Everything is paved to get them to 69 highway. So
From to and from ADM south.
that interchange is where the proposed KDOT send off is right now, because there's nothing else. There's nothing else further beyond that. Where you're going to be able to get the trucks to take a paved highway to get back up to 55 or 54 or 69
And that
either.
project is supposed to start
Next year. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Any other questions from the audience?
I have one.
Okay.
So just out of curiosity, when the river's flooded, this area down here is flooded and you can't come across on 54, how come nobody's closing off the highway on the Missouri side? Because, you know, like when you're traveling 70 and it's snowbound between certain port, like Klein's Corner, New
Yep.
Mexico, it's an hour and a half away from Albuquerque, so when there's snow, they just close it off. They won't let you on or off.
Right.
So how come we're not, I know it's not your lane.
Yes, sir.
But I'm like, how come we're not doing that here?
They, in the last 2 floods, they have.
Okay.
They've set up barriers, but they set them up all the way over in Missouri
Okay.
and try to stop people before they come there, and they try to reroute them down through Brenau or have them turn around and go back to 71 and come over and come across through Butler. So, but yes, when they do shut that down, they do shut down all of 54 highway coming across.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Did you get what you came for?
I believe so. They're going to finish up the TEEP study, and I will ask our city, but I don't think they'll have any problems sharing a copy with y'all if you want to see it. The main goal of the TEEP study from the city's perspective is to be able to post new signage on 54 highway to be able to direct truck drivers on where the actual truck routes are. So we have several truck routes in town. The issue that we have is that currently the truck drivers say that they're not aware, and so they end up driving and getting caught up here in our downtown, and then you have semis just literally circling down through the downtown, taking the one-way street down through Main Street.
How are they gonna know when there's a train on the tracks though from back where they need to turn? Like,
That,
how would they know that?
KDOT's proposal on that, if we are to move forward with that project, is there will be a flashing light sign out
Oh, if
on
there's a
54.
train parked.
And
Okay.
it'll be out east of town, out on the highway, and then it'll flash and have an arrow and it'll point to try to
Okay.
direct them. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't know that. So, but as soon as we get a final copy of the TEEP study, I don't think they'll have a problem sharing it with y'all. But I just want to make sure that everyone was aware and make sure that there was a consensus that they can go ahead and take a look at that route to start that beginning stage of, is it feasible? How much is it going to cost? And then if those 2 steps clear the hurdles, then we would start reaching out to the citizens along that roadway and say, hey, we're looking at a project here. But my experience, unfortunately, with KDOT thus far has been that these things take years and years and years to get done. I'm sure that Susan can tell you the overpass thing has been 4 to 6 years getting to where we are now.
Oh, wow.
And we're at least another 2 years before we get to the engineering stage.
Yeah, this is a study.
Yeah, this is a
So-
study that will hopefully
Yeah.
make it a priority to get it done.
This information was first brought in a joint work session with the city involving Commissioner Wizenhunt,
Yes, sir.
Kruger, and myself,
Okay.
and the city commissioners, which now it's our turn to host, and so we'll be
Yep.
getting together to invite you guys over. So.
Excellent, we look forward
All
to
right.
it.
All right. So,
Good luck, guys.
thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night, Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
All right. Next up would be precinct legal descriptions.
As a result of the redistricting, it caused us to have to do 8 new precincts within the townships. This affects how people vote, and each party, the Republicans and the Democrats, will have to appoint committee people in those precincts. But along with that comes legal descriptions, and that has to be done during July of this year. We're up against a timeline. The legal descriptions, I can't say that I've ever written a legal description. I'll be quite honest. This is a new one for me. But they're not real straightforward. They're either follow the river, they have lots of curves. And so I'm asking that I can at least have a couple of hours with our GIS group to maybe try and figure out if we can write the legals. If not, we'll have to hire a company. The company that we hired to do the redistricting mapping was Sam, and it was very expensive, so we'll do our best to try and write them ourselves. But these have to be approved by the state of Kansas. So once we get them done, we'll send them to the Secretary of State, and they'll let us know whether or not they pass. If they don't, they'll send them back, and we'll have to start over. But these have to be put in the newspaper for 3 weeks in a row, and before the next general. And they recognize the next general as next year, not this year. But we're trying to get it done this year before the general election, because people will be voting in these areas. So I'm just asking that I can use some time with the GIS to get maps, because I don't have access to maps. And we're required by law to have
And your
maps.
list is election business, right?
This
Yeah,
is as
election.
election. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I was wanting to make sure I wrote down the right.
Yeah.
So you have 8
The
new
right hat you're
districts?
wearing.
Have 8 new precincts.
Okay,
And that's as a result of the redistricting.
okay.
So it's caused all that. So for example, in Scott Township, all 5 commission districts are within Scott Township, so there has to be a precinct for each one of those. And so therefore, we have to split it all up. So that creates more ballot styles, that creates lots more. So, but we have to
Okay.
get this completed, so I'm hoping that we can figure it out.
Where, you need to work with,
GIS, which is Shane.
you just need
He's
credentials?
mapping.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
He does all the mapping for the county, so
Yeah.
just need to work with him. I mean, I need like at least 2 hours, 2 or 3 hours that we can sit down and try. And also, if I could please use Jennifer to help with that, to look at some of the redistricting, because she's versed in this.
You too? What do you think?
I think that, working with GIS shouldn't be a problem.
Okay.
Um,
We can try and get it done. If not, I may have to come back and ask for a company to do it.
Okay.
And I don't have the election funds to do it.
And so, part of the staying on the election business,
Mm-hmm.
because I've been asked by several, we are, where are we at on getting out postcards? I think that was something that was discussed.
We will have them out within the next month. We are waiting on CCAN to get us a design, because our postcard company no longer does the postcards, and we ran out because we have to send them to every elector in the county.
Yeah.
So that's a huge expense to us. So we'll have to, the lines are off a little bit. When we did the preliminary, we get examples, and the
Okay.
lines are off. So
All right.
I'm working with CCAN on that.
All right, very good. We'll
The
get,
lines on the,
On our examples, they have to move some lines to make our information fit on the postcard.
oh, okay, I didn't know if you thought
Okay.
the lines where the postcards need to be mailed, I didn't know
no,
what page you were talking on there.
okay. All right. Any other questions of the election officer?
No, sir.
I have a couple questions while we're on election. There's some voting booths moved as well, is
Yes.
that right?
Yes.
Does that need to be on the resolution too?
No.
No,
No, that's at my discretion, and we're trying to hold down cost.
okay.
Got enough machines for the new precincts?
They don't do it by precincts. We shut down 2 voting locations.
Or I mean by location.
Yeah, no, we shut down 2 voting locations so that we could save on some cost.
Okay.
So,
All right. So, moving on, last but not least, commissioner comments. We'll start with Commissioner
Thank you.
Milburn tonight.
They're already down here. Wow, we did that right, didn't we? Okay. 8:13, not bad. So the last few weeks, we've been busy. We have a lot of moving parts right now. And tonight, I want to speak about perspective and perception. Perception as perceptions, it could be positive for some, and it could be perceived negative for others, you know. There's both sides, you know, everybody's all over the place there. So many of your opinions to get to where we need to be as a county are quite different, I think. we can all agree on that. And I believe all the moves the commission is currently making is in good conscience to move Bourbon County in a healthy, sustainable direction. And I'll end with the fact that not everyone can depend on me to act in the desired interest of every single person of Bourbon County, because I have found that there are a lot of differing interests. But you can, however, trust me to be authentic and lean on morals. And I'll add one more comment, which is a positive for me, is that this job has blessed me with a greater resilience. Okay, so thank you, Bourbon County.
Thank you. Commissioner Tran.
It's been a roller coaster ride of 2 weeks. It's been a good 2 weeks. I've learned a lot. I've been blessed with a very good team to work with. It's just not these two individuals, but just the team in the building and the team within the county. I've said this before, I'll continue to say it. The people in this county are amazing. They really are. So when I hear people besmirching other people, or, you know, speech that's less than loving is probably the best word I could think of, is I'm a little bit disappointed in that, because, you know, we all have our opinions, and, you know, this is what I'm going to tell you is, like, you see the decisions that I make. That's what you see. That's what everybody on YouTube sees. They see the decision that we make here at the table. What they don't see is all the choices or lack thereof. So please, please, just be aware that we're trying to do the best we can under the circumstances. We are going to falter, we are going to stutter step, but I have not met a bad soul in this place. I've not met a mean person or a mean-spirited or somebody who's got a crazy left-wing agenda, or left-wing's wrong words, crazy conspiratorial agenda, whatever. It's been really, really good. And I think, you know, as citizens within this county, you could be proud of that fact that your neighbors, you may not agree with, but they got your back when the poo-poo hits the fan. Does that make sense? So thank you very much. Thank you for attending. I look forward to many more of these sessions, and I encourage you to bring your friends, bring popcorn if you want. I think it's, you know, it's not gonna bother me none, but thank you very much. Yes, sir.
I sent you another email too, by the way.
I'll check that.
Can you print mine, Michael?
I'll sign here in a minute. With that said, I do not have any comments at this time, and I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Commissioners, if you could please have your items to me by Thursday. I will not be working on Friday.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Did you know something?
I will in a minute.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. I just motion to adjourn the meeting.
Oh,
Second.
second.
Beerbauer,
Yes.
Tran,
Yes.
Milburn.
Yes.
Okay. There you go. I gotta use, we will start a work session regarding the landfill at 8:30.
Oh, 8:30, that's a long time.
Well, I gotta make some calls.
Oh, okay. Can I see the things that we signed? Is that okay? Are they this?
I was
Good evening,
expecting
Jason.
a whole bunch of anti-zoning with all the emails and texts. Yeah. Yeah.
Hang on, brother. It's not here.
Thank you, Katie. This is all the things we passed today, Susan? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Check my spelling.
Oh, you know what?
When we do a whole bunch, it's really hard to keep track.
Yeah, that's true.
So I like to keep that hold of them. Are the
Oh, my
letters
goodness, I
in
did
here?
something. I
That's the letter.
apologize.
Okay, thank you.
Susan, why am I not surprised to know that you know all of this stuff about the railroad?
I've been here a long time.
S. Tran, Bourbon County, KS. Oh, it's done.
Sad that we haven't.
Yeah, .org.
I think I
It's
did
just
send
sad
it
that
to
we haven't
Dot.
like followed it, because it is an amazing plan for our It's interesting to me too, cause I've gotten caught by the train coming in from.
Yeah, it's not on either of my peripherals.
Okay, let me send it again.
All right,
It is
so-
kind of a long ways for people trying to get their kids to school, though, so they're still gonna use
you.
third, unless it's flooded, you
It's
know?
really just a scene, there's a lot of fun.
Yes. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Mike, I will keep this in my truck. The
Oh,
rules.
yes, thank you so much.
Actually, I'll make a binder. It's easier by the binder.
Thanks for all
Thank
your
you,
work.
Katie. Thank you for all the, no, I'm really glad that you were here to clarify that, no districting, that's.
Sweet. I'll pin you in. That's all right. Because I'm gonna have to take leave to do this. You know what I'm saying? Let me get your.
Nope.
Give me-
I don't know how much time I can dedicate, but I'll help as much as
Yeah.
I possibly can.
I do not know your last name, I apologize. Brian?
Ashworth,
Okay.
ASHWORTH.
And your number, if you don't mind? Do you want me to send you an email?
Either one, if you
Yeah,
want.
if you want to put it on there, I'll be happy to. 'Cause-
Have you signed these?
Yes, that's
Okay,
mine.
that's yours, okay.
Yes, ma'am. But David, Commissioner Burbach said he was gonna sign it, so. Yeah, because that's one of the things is like,
We did a lot of facility studies and.
yeah, see, I come from the facilities world. I come from
So you-
construction
so you know.
facilities, so I was like, I come from the O&M world. And so it's, I was like, when I started looking, I was like, oh, I know this, I know this.
I'm just waiting for you to sign.
Oh, for my signature.
Yeah, they'll come in, oh, you
I should have made it to start at 9
o'clock.
o'clock.
Because I'm gonna look at the boiler, just like the boiler's like 40-something grand. I'm like, I need
All
to
my
get
printer at home
I need to see how
crapped
many
out on me.
gallons it is first, makes sense? Because in my building right now,
We
I
can't
have
connect to the printers
6
here,
A.O. Smiths.
so
And they're on point, they go constantly. I'm like, all
They
right.
let
Yeah, I've had
My
trouble
bill's
getting
staying.
it to connect last minute also.
can you connect to it?
Yeah, sometimes if I'm on the same Wi-Fi,
So,
yeah.
on the
You just
25th,
have to
it
get on the
was.
You just
same
have to have
Wi-Fi.
Jimmy set you up because he has to get your credentials
That's
set
you.
into your.
You're on.
Oh, well, this is my personal computer, because
Oh, well then, yeah.
I stopped using the county one because I
You have to get it on their Wi-Fi.
keep having problems with it connecting to my Wi-Fi.
Gotcha.
Is this more stuff to sign?
Yeah, that's your minutes.
I'll be right back.
Everybody's invited to one place on Palm Beach. That's where that area code is, like.
There's a lot to be said about that stamp.
Mm-hmm. That's another thing I need to get you added on CIC, payroll and AP checks, so I'll bring it
Okay.
in next week.
There's that part. Got them. Got them.
Michael, when you guys finish the, work session, you might hit the.
Turn it on, okay, so don't run all night.
Yeah.
We'll make a note.
Okay, so this you handed off, do I sign here where it says commission? Okay.
And then each one underneath.
Here, again. And do I need to put the date in there, or?
It's just for.
Did I do the thing right for Stronghold? Is that what you meant, to have it, bring it to the? No, you
Do you want the copy of that?
That's what you meant to. What?
Do you want the copy of the invoice from Stronghold?
Yeah, no, we don't pay by links.
Okay.
We would have had it on the next meeting for you to approve.
Oh.
It's
You
all
said
good.
you have to take it to the meeting.
No, you and I had to take it to the meeting.
Oh, okay.
And an agenda, but that'll work. You can get it paid this week.
Somebody put a red envelope on my desk.
Yes, you need to sign all
A
those.
red one? Oh, that folder.
Did you tab it? Oh, she did. Amazing. These are the minutes, right?
Yeah.
I gotta get that, it was one little line, squiggly
The what?
for my signature. I got such a long last name that,
I wish everybody would make them legible, especially in those resolutions, so you can see it later.
You're not supposed
for
to.
history. I think
There's a
that-
reason why you write your signature, so they can't reduplicate it. That's why it's not supposed to be
Yeah,
legible.
thank you.
Oh.
Thank you,
All
ma'am.
right, so, let's see if I can get.
You got a computer?
This is
I'm
actually.
just messing with you, man. I
Yeah, this
asked
is
for an
mine.
iPad.
Have a good night, Susan.
Thank you, ma'am.
And did you get an iPad too?
No, they gave me one without internet, so it was useless, like a big old paperweight.
No, you can have it set up so it goes to your. Are we recording this?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Hang
So,
on just a
you can-
second, let me,
What's your password again?
we still got 5 minutes, so,
Oh, we still have 5 minutes?
yeah.
See, the hotspot on this thing, wasn't working when I got it, and the iPad didn't have internet, so I couldn't do anything with it.
Well, if you have it at the house, you can Wi-Fi.
I don't have any Wi-Fi.
Oh, really?
No.
They barely have cell service out there. We try. At times, Marilyn has to go outside and talk on the phone.
Yeah, we barely have, you're right, barely have cell.
Maybe that new tower will help you all.
Hope so. That'd be nice.
Well, they're putting fiber optics everywhere. You not seen that?
Not up there.
No,
Up
not
on
where
the
we're at.
on the west side of 69.
We're
I
really
think
far out.
They're up there by they're north of, well, they're directly west of Fulton, slightly north, right that intersection of 7 and was it 33, going to Maple.
Yeah, they're probably,
Maple-
maybe they're doing that for Fulton or something, but we're like,
They're doing it everywhere.
we're really rural.
Because they did in front of my house, they did all up and down. It was like,
No, it's not enough people live where I live for them to
it's not a bad thing.
incur the cost.
Well, if that tower helps, you might be able to get that T-Mobile 5G box for your house for internet.
I was kinda thinking Starlink,
Yes.
That too.
yeah.
But I would try T-Mobile hotspot first because my brother-in-law's actually an IT guy and he was like, T-Mobile hotspot takes care of most places. You know, he goes, I only need to go Earthlink or Starlink if I go into the mountains, if I get up there into the Rockies or whatever. So,
You know, they don't hardly have any service out in like Yellowstone and Glacier. There's
Mhm.
like none. No
that's
service.
where my brother was saying that you need, or Earthlink is out there.
Yeah.
And they're cheaper now.
Yeah.
They're a lot cheaper now.
I'm sorry. Not interrupting.
Not yet.
Do you have the hole puncher?
Oh, yes, I do. I actually brought one. I like to bind all my things too.
Thank you. Yeah, that's the only way I can keep track of everything.
Yeah.
My goodness
Same.
gracious. I hope I got a gift card in this letter.
Oh, that's the one bad thing about that. Sometimes it don't let things back out.
How you doing, ma'am?
How are you?
Good.
I just realized what you're talking about. A letter from Michael.
Yes. I laughed out loud when he said, "Is there a
Yeah.
gift card in there?"
It's looking for a gift card in there. I'm like, yeah. And then when I do, when I finally get back, I read so much this weekend. I read so much this weekend. I was like, wow.
Thank you.
Huh?
Thank you
Yeah, I was just,
for doing all that. Thank you for taking charge of the courthouse repair.
well, I was gonna volunteer to climb the stairs, but I don't think you appreciate
Well,
that
they
so much.
offered to let us go up on the roof.
I don't mind
David
going,
and I respectfully declined.
I don't mind going on the roof. It's not the falling that really bothers me, it's a sudden stop. That's the part that's terrible.
Pass.
I don't know, is it?
Do you need help, David?
Has the elevator been fixed?
Yes, Thursday wasn't today.
This letter. Not in a bad way, Mr. Hoyt. It's not bad. I really need to have a conversation about this.
It's serious.
I'm sorry?
That is serious.
No, I mean, I'm like, I read it, and I'm like, you know, it's this letter. I think we need to have a conversation about it.
What is it
That's the
say?
abatement.
Okay.
That's a serious letter. That's $600,000.
Which one of the letters is not for public? Did you say one of them's not?
No, that's been published everywhere.
Oh.
But my email to you and didn't get to Mr. Tran.
Okay,
And evidently didn't get to David. That's why I handed that out.
okay,
But it's in here now. It's public.
okay.
Somebody on a pogo stick? 'Cause that sounds like, you know,
It does
pogo
sound
stick.
like a pogo stick, actually. I'd like to see David jumping around on a pogo stick.
And I can give you other documentation on that abatement too. 'Cause
You ever go through and look at the HIPAA rules?
HIPAA? Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm very familiar with HIPAA.
But I mean, you ever do the deep dive?
Yeah, had to.
Oh,
When I
man.
went to the VA.
Yeah, I did the deep dive during COVID, and I quickly realized that it's not safe, because they say, oh, you can't do that, it's in violation of HIPAA. That's not true.
No.
It is not true. Everybody needs to read the whole thing,
Okay.
because it's like certain agencies can pull
Yeah.
it, and you don't even know. That's how they can tell whether or not you took the shots.
There you go.
Thank you, sir.
That's a very nice thing that you made here.
I'm just gonna go ahead
Insanity.
while I have it here, I'm just
My
gonna,
printer didn't work, so
I'm just gonna,
I had to use old pages. That, there's two more.
Old page, so I thought.
So it's got writing on it, and my grammar correct, or my attempt at grammar corrections. So anyway, we'll begin the work session here. To start with, this work session this is a work session to determine the feasibility of separating the landfill from the public works. There will be no vote taken on this issue tonight. This work session is open to the public. Presentation and discussions will be between the commissioners Input from other county personnel and officials will be as needed and recognized. Public comments will be allowed at the end of the commissioners' discussions. Comments will be limited to points individuals would like the commissioners to consider before the official vote is taken. Public comments tonight will not be a question and answer period. Comments will be for 3 minutes from the public.
It gets stuck when you punch too many at a time. Should have told you that, sorry. You probably have a better one.
So, I'd like to start off with a little bit of a, well, we'll just start from this here, unless you
Yes.
have
No,
have
you
a
got it.
presentation.
Nope, you sound like you got
Okay.
it down.
So, the first 2 pages really are just window dressing. Again, the purpose of this is to determine the feasibility of separating Bourbon County Transfer Station and Landfill from the supervision of Public Works. The definition of feasibility, the state or degree of being easily or conveniently done. I propose a separation because the transfer station lacks the necessary support, supervision, or oversight to operate safely and efficiently. My purpose for this work session is to show that the separation can be completed easily. Second, to address concerns Commissioner Milburn brought regarding 3 driving factors: risk assessment, benefit analysis, and cost analysis needed for such a move to be successful. Lastly, I will address several comments made recently by the public to know what the profit and loss were associated with transfer station and concerns over rate increases. Feasibility, the actual separation requires very minimal action to accomplish. And I say this because the landfill is already separated in the county budget. It has its own salary for its employees. Up until 2021, it had even capital outlay, and now it has cash reserve of $100,000. Plus, it is totally user funded according to the 2025 budget and the 2024 budget. And I looked at 3 years of actual budget numbers of 2021, 2022, and 2023, and all years having an encumbered cash balance. The landfill staff, current staff, which has recently changed, but at the time I was writing this, it was a supervisor and 2 personnel, and they handled scale house duties, trash loader duties, truck driver's duties, which requires a Class A CDL, and C&D maintainer, soybean spreader, and miscellaneous duties involving mowing and cleanup. In the new, what I would propose in the new would be supervisor would be under the administration of the Board of County Commissioners. The staff would increase by 1. So in summary, the land department would include a supervisor, 2 scale equipment operator / equipment operators, and the 1 truck driver. Job descriptions are currently, right now, all of our job descriptions are being looked at by the HR department. I did include in the back of this, and we'll get to it at the end, an overall restructuring. To talk about rates, the landfill budget lists a category labeled contractual services, which is fees paid to Allen County Landfill. Our fees are adjusted to cover the costs of their dumping fees. The operational expenses to haul it there. Raising rates was a concern from several members of the public, 2 of which are active users of the transfer station and C&D landfill in support of their private businesses. When they addressed the commission, false information had been spread that separation would increase the rates to commissioners. First, the term commissioner is in relationship to the landfill, which has been used recently. Landfill is not a business. It's a solid waste disposal that is a public service provided by the county for its citizens. And again, it is totally user funded. Will rates go up because of the separation? No. Could rates go up in the future? Yes, if the cost of our contractual services, commodities, or capital outlays increase, equipment and fuel expenses. If that goes up, probably most definitely. Should the rates be different for out-of-county dumpers? Most definitely. Should rates for mixed loads requiring increased man hours of county personnel to separate them? Yes, we should charge for mixed loads. Another comment that was brought in was about profit and loss. And again, landfill is not a business provided by the county to its citizens. It is not measured by profit and loss, but rather by cost to taxpayers through property tax, motor vehicle tax, RV tax, commercial tax, vehicle tax, then state and federal funding, etc. Almost all of these are what most of our departments are funded through. The landfill, again, is user funded and has showed consistent expenditures below their receipts. The expenditures were higher than receipts only in 2021, but was covered by the unencumbered cash balance from the previous year. 2021 was the peak year for COVID and might be a contributor. Recently, the Allen County landfill adopted the policy of closing on high wind days. What is the answer for this, and will this solution increase cost? Driving factors. 3 driving factors pointed out by Commissioner Milburn were risk assessment, benefit analysis, and cost analysis. Risk assessment is defined as a systematic process evaluating the potential risks that may be involved in a projected activity or undertaking. Benefit analysis, also known as cost-benefit analysis, is a systematic process used to evaluate the process benefits and costs of a decision, project, or policy. Cost analysis is the process of identifying, evaluating, and comparing the costs associated with the specific project, discussion, or decision or activity. All 3 driving factors are pretty similar and basic. Ask the question why. Why separate public works and landfill? Risk assessment. Separating a department from another department involves several risks that should be managed. Before identifying and addressing risks, why should an organization separate several departments? Restructuring and downsizing are the 2 most common reasons for separating departments. Since I am calling this a restructuring, let me start there. Key risks include, but not limited to, decline in employee morale and productivity, loss of institutional knowledge and skills, communication breakdown and confusion, role confusion and overwork, neglect and safety culture. I can argue that the recent decisions made with the personnel at the landfill has created many of the risk factors listed above. Benefit analysis. If there's a benefit in regards to the separation and overall restructuring of public works, many of the same factors listed in the risk assessments are also benefits: improving efficiency and reducing cost, increase operational clarity, and an improved talent utilization. The separation will provide a stronger supervisory position that will be focused primarily on the operation of the landfill. The increase in personnel under normal day-to-day operations will not require the need for untrained, unmotivated temps from other departments. Cost analysis. In the corporate world, a cost analysis associated with the restructure is an in-depth, detail-oriented analysis that is costly and time-consuming to complete. To complete the cost, the separation of the landfill and public works does not require costly, time-consuming analysis. The landfill is a self-sufficient, self-funded department already in terms of the budget. The additions in salary and personnel stays within their average yearly carryover. The county will benefit from this plan as each department will be the primary focus of its supervisor. Again, I have a breakdown for an overall restructure. Justification, I believe, for the most part, I provided answers for the 3 driving factors and the concerns from the public. Again, why? The saying goes, don't fix what's not broken. Is public works broken? They do a great job responding to storms and repairing damaged road, absolutely. Are we chasing road repairs? That's a question. Do we have road plans for our gravel and asphalt roads? I've asked for and seen books held up, but I haven't seen the actual breakdown of the gravel and asphalt roads. These questions are what shaped my decision to want to restructure Public Works. It started with voters wanting change, communicating the same old, two things they do every election cycle, taxes and roads. By separating these two departments and moving forward with a restructure that creates a third department of maintenance, we will shift the focus of 3 areas from one individual, splitting the focus to 3 individuals focusing on one area. I may have rewrote that out wrong. So, advantages to restructuring. Restructuring can offer several advantages. Improve efficiency. Each department, Public Works, Maintenance, and Landfill, would operate independently with a supervisor responsible directly to its functions. Each supervisor would be responsible directly to the Board of County Commissioners for their budgets. The 3 departments would meet as needed to work out schedules and priorities. Resource allocations. The maintenance department would be responsible for the overall operation of Bourbon County equipment, ensuring availability and safety. There are a view of the advantages of restructuring. These are the views of advantages of restructuring. Each phase will streamline operation and create a task-oriented department with a dedicated supervisor. It starts with the landfill, as it is already a self-sustaining department financially. And then the last sheet here is a breakdown of salaries for landfill, Public Works, and maintenance. These are just some that I've come up with based off of a list that I received of a core request on Public Works salaries. And I just kind of looked at the overall, and again, this would have to be approved by us, and HR is, I'm going to submit this to them for review, and they're looking at pay scale and our policy, overall policy and job descriptions as well. So on the back,
Are these
kind of
what
break
they
it.
get paid now, or is this a
This is
proposal?
this is what I had plugged in. This is not what what they're getting paid
Oh.
now.
So how much does this increase your budget
firework.
with whatever this is?
On the next page, I break that down. Actually, equipment and endorsements increases may change the totals listed above on that previous page. All job description salaries are a work in progress with the HR department. I also added a new position that I would like to propose as well, which would be a safety coordinator, be paid the same as the supervisors. They would also answer directly to the board, and their job description to be worked out with HR, but it would include some duties would be safety, to form safety committee of employees, hold safety meetings, conduct safety checks at work sites and on equipment, conduct safety investigations to include obtaining drug screening of those involved. So comparison to the 2025 budget, the new 2025 in Public Works 2025, their budget was for salaries was $1,339,650. That included 42 personnel. The new budget with the new salaries was $1,137,920, decreasing it down to 29 personnel, which
That first one, so do you have a total of what it would be overall?
on which one?
So it does.
On
so-
Public Works?
Yeah.
On Public Works, on that first column, that's 29 personnel with a total of $1,137,920. That would be.
But we would need to add this up to however many employees
Okay.
are.
Well, there's 42 paid employees in Public Works right
Okay.
now.
All right.
By separating, we take 29, we leave 29 in Public Works. We put 4, we have 4 in landfill and 4 in maintenance. So that gives you,
And so you're gonna go down to
37.
41 employees instead of 42?
well, we'd end up in the new, would be 38 personnel total. You have 29 plus 4 for landfill, 4 for maintenance, that's 37. And then you have
So you'll have 38 people?
38 counting the safety coordinator.
So that's 38 in public works, not
So-
landfill.
No, it's
Well,
38
landfill,
total.
right now, when you
Right now it's
combine,
altogether.
right now, when you combine landfill and everybody, it's 42
So you're
employees
cutting
with
4
public,
positions and giving the
which is
money.
probably already has occurred through attrition.
So you're cutting 4 positions and then our budget's gonna increase by several $100,000.
$25,950 from
Well, up here,
2025.
all of Public Works is $1,339,650.
Yeah,
And then down here, it's $1,524,000, that's more than $25,000.
that's combining all three.
Well, right, yeah, but they're all combined up there in Public Works now, so you gotta combine them all.
Well,
There's a much bigger difference.
they're combined in 2025
Okay.
at $1,498,550. In 2025, landfill and public works combined,
So what you're saying-
salaries was $1,498,050.
So your proposal is
The new budget-
'Still way
1.5 mil
more.
is your new proposal.
That's a lot more money.
What's it,
25,950 more
Oh, see what that's.
with
okay.
raises.
You gotta add that to that.
Yeah.
You gotta add the one.
Let me just add so the new, I'm just gonna add the news
The
then,
news,
right?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
One.
$1,137,920.
So just all the news.
165,440.
So what's the rule in this meeting? Do I get to talk to the people?
Is this maintenance and safety both new? That one don't have
Well,
new.
maintenance, yeah, it's using existing personnel. No, the discussion's between us three.
Yeah,
This is my presentation, so,
Okay, so, yeah, I know the discussion is between the three of us.
That math is not working for me, cause I'm taking 1 million, the new, $1,137,920, and then I'm adding the new landfill, 165,440, and then I add the new maintenance, 170,640, and I add 50,000, and that equals 1,524.
yeah.
That's what you got.
And that's a big
That's what
difference
I
from
got.
the,
1,524,000
Yep, he's
is
good.
the new.
okay,
So if you add up the old, 1,339,650,
but we have 42 employees total,
right.
Right.
and so,
Add the 2025.
You're taking, Micah, I'm sorry, Commissioner Milburn, if you take away the attrition of the removal of, what, 3 or 4 employees, but one of those employees, is earning now $50,000. That's where that whole
That's-
thing, that's where for me, the confusion.
I'm
was.
sorry, but if we have 42 employees right now, we have 42
Right.
employees,
Give or take, because we've lost some.
okay, and this is what it costs to have 42 employees total, all of those departments.
1,330, no, it costs $1,498,050.
What are you adding to that?
Add the 2025 landfill to 118,400.
Okay, so there's 45 total employees right now.
No. When they make the list of 42 employees, there's 39.
Is the 42 including landfill right now?
Yeah.
Well, then that's, how can we add that to the old, the 118,400? How
Because
do we
that's already, that is part of it. You could actually say they got 39 working people if you want to change the number.
Okay.
39.
So they have
in public
39
work.
up here. So
Right.
because the way this is written, I'm reading that you have 42 people making a total of this dollar. That's how this proposal looks on paper. It
Okay,
looks
so
like you
it's
have 42
39.
people
I'm sorry.
making this number.
I'm sorry, 39.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
So, go back to my question. I know it's your presentation, sir, that's not my point. My point is, if I have questions,
Ask.
No, if I have questions of the Public Works Director, am I allowed to engage the Public Works
We,
Director?
yeah, I said that at the beginning, we can
Oh, I missed
invite
that.
them in,
Sorry, I
yeah,
missed that, I apologize.
we can invite them in.
You just can't vote on anything, that's the only.
We're not
Yeah.
voting.
Yeah. No voting, it's verboten.
No voting.
Okay, so my first question is safety. We wanna pay 50 Gs to somebody who does safety.
Well, that's just my recommendation. I mean,
Yes.
that's not
May
set
I-
in stone.
May I ask Mr. Bailey in here?
Yeah.
Mr. Bailey, may I have a word with you, sir, please?
You know, that still don't add up. Cause I get,
He doesn't know Mr. Bailey, he don't know what you.
Well,
I get
my thing moving
1458,050
forward is I'm gonna address
when I
people by
add,
their, you know.
when I take this number and this number.
The 118,
Yeah,
the 118,
May I ask
400.
questions or shall I wait?
wait a minute,
All right, sir.
118,400 plus.
sorry.
No, don't apologize.
118,400 plus, well, my math may be off because I wrote this down about 5 or 6 times, so. But, so add 118,400 to 1,339,650.
And I got $1,458,050.
I mean, that's what you got
Yeah,
for 2025?
yeah.
That's what I put down there, 1,498,50.
How's your-
But that's not what I
how's your-
said. I got 1,458. Those are different numbers.
5.8?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so I'm off by, so what do you get when you subtract that from the new,
Let me see.
the 5.8?
Okay. And the new ones,
Is my written
one, two,
notes are on.
$65,950.
Oh,
So,
I'll go with that.
bueno, so on page 5, let's start with that, okay? Page 5 of your presentation, we're talking about a new supervisor under the administration of the Board of County Commissioners. What is that person's salary? The
Which
new-
one, page 5, you said?
Yes, sir, landfill staff.
Yeah, 50,000.
So that safety guy is also the supervisor?
No, you're talking about, did I got safety on there, on page 5? I don't see page 5.
Page 5 at the bottom right-hand corner, sir, right here, at the bottom, you'll say page 5. Bingo, so look at bullet number 2. New supervisor will be under the administration of the Bourbon County Board.
Yeah, that's the landfill
Yes,
supervisor,
sir, so what's his salary?
50.
50K. Okay, so on the new staff, increased by 1, a position be held for some time, cover increase in jobs, task created for additional service at landfill, soybeans, what's his salary? Or their salary, I should say.
Let me get back to that back page there.
Okay.
Now, what is his current salary?
No, what's,
Well, yeah, let's do
Because
that.
I'd have to get that sheet, I don't have that sheet that was passed around, it's of the current wages.
okay, so,
But I think, well, and actually, you don't even have that guy there anymore,
Which guy?
the last guy that left from the landfill.
We have a truck driver there.
Yeah, that's all you have left,
No,
right?
we have a individual that started today that's
What-
working
yeah, okay,
the
and
weigh
he's-
station.
He's at entry level,
Yes.
which is what? What's entry?
1593,
1593. What
Truck
was the
drivers.
one that he replaced
17.
was 17? Okay, because what I got here in figures are increases, which is something I've been wanting to do since day one, so, or before day one. So, and I mean, even on the truck driver, I got it for, don't you only have 2 jobs that require Class A's?
What do you mean? I'm not following the question.
Class A driver, CDLs, there's 2 jobs, there's the one at the landfill and then the one that hauls equipment. Are they the only two that require Class A CDL?
We ask for all employees if they're willing to get a Class A, so that way they can haul, pull like our F-750 with the trailer on behind it to haul to do our culvert crews. Our culvert crew has a truck and trailer they pull, which requires a Class A. Our bridge crew, which we lost that individual, we went to work with another government entity. He had a Class A because their truck pulled a trailer as well with mini excavator. So technically, we would encourage everyone to have a Class A because.
But most have.
Several have Class A's and then others have Class B's
Okay.
with air brake endorsement on both.
And that common for a dump truck, though, that's just,
Class B is
Class B.
common, that's the
Right.
minimum that we
Right.
ask.
So Class A, the minimum wage for a Class, the starting entry level for a Class A is how much?
$17.
$17. And a Class B?
I want to say off the top of my head is $16.50, I believe.
Okay, cool. So my question to you, sir, right now, do you currently have a safety program in place?
We have a safety committee that we meet monthly, that
Okay.
we are working with K-Camp, or
Okay.
K-Works, I'm sorry.
Right.
I can grab the notebook and,
Before we start.
Yep.
I want you to understand something.
Mhm.
This is not a ding, this is not a gotcha
Sure.
moment, this is, I need to figure this out in
Yep.
my head,
Yep.
okay? So you have a safety committee,
right,
comprising of how many?
I believe it was 9,
9 individuals.
yes, and that would be the lead people,
They're your team leads.
team leads,
Okay.
yes.
So your team leads are,
With the office manager, myself and Dustin.
okay. So you got office manager,
Who is our secretary, who takes all our notes.
Dustin,
Yes,
and the director.
yes.
Okay. All right. So you actually got 12 people. Or is that all 9?
That's all 9.
Okay, so those 3 included. in it.
Yeah.
All
so you
right,
have
good.
you three, the 3 admin, or you, the office manager,
I have myself, Dustin, Becky,
and then 6 leads.
yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So the reason I'm asking this is I'm looking at the proposal, and the proposal essentially says we go out and hire another safety individual for $50K. And I've never been, if you're in an organization that has 350 people in it, generally you have a safety guy, but he's never a safety person. He's not only just safety, but he's also vehicles. So you have one person who's like the safety guru, and he also takes care of all the administrative duties for vehicles. So that by that I mean, in the morning when your team leads go out and your individuals, or your personnel go out, and they, let's say, sign out a dump truck, are they supposed to go through an inspection checklist,
They
sign
have-
off on a card?
They have an inspection checklist that they go
Perfect.
through.
So that card,
And,
I'm sorry,
and then if there is a problem, they have a work order form that they fill out and they
Okay.
turn into our basket and it goes into our mechanic. And then the mechanic and his assistant work through their list and they fix the problems.
all right, so on the inspection checklist, who does that go to? Once, is it a daily checklist, or is it, it's like, in my world, you have 30 days. So every day that you work, there's 4 blocks of 5. So I check that out on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and when that card gets full at the end of the month, I turn it into the safety/vehicle guy. Is that what happens with you guys?
They turn them into the office and they're either put them in the break room, in the mailbox there, or in Dustin's
Got it,
basket.
okay. So he's basically doing what industry standards is doing. What I'm getting at is, rather than hiring somebody for $50K, you already have somebody and make that an additional duty. Rather than paying $50K, instead of paying $17 an hour, that individual gets an uptick in their pay. Make sense, for that extra duty. I think that would save us some money. It's like, I don't discount what you're trying to do, sir.
No,
I'm just trying to figure out.
I'm
a
just
better way
saying
to
that
save
was
it.
open
Yeah.
to discussion. I mean, I added the safety because
Sure.
of the culture that I come from, which
Right.
is similar to the same culture you came from in the military side of it. But then over in where I spent the last 20 years, we have a safety coordinator.
Sure.
And then the departments each provide safety personnel to form a safety committee to prepare
So
a
this
safety meeting for the employee body as a whole.
So is that what this person, you envision, that this safety
That's
individual?
kind of how I outlined it in
So
there.
this is safety person's gonna take care of public works and landfill.
Landfill and maintenance.
I see that that's not a bad idea, it just, I didn't, in my head, I was like, you're gonna put a safety.
But I mean,
guy in
that's
landfill, but not
one
public works.
position that if you kept it in the current state that it's in, safety,
Mhm.
in the current state that it's in, and didn't fill that position, then we would drop down one position and save 50,000. So 50,000 would then bring it back to.
$15,950. However, if you don't mind, how do you run your program right now?
Where at? Which program?
Everywhere. You have 3 at the landfill and it works.
Works very well.
3 landfill. So that's another savings. We don't need a 4th. We can go with 3.
I'll disagree, but.
Okay.
Okay. That's fine, everybody.
So, but right now, 3 at landfill, it works.
Yep, it's fine.
How many do you have at the rock quarry?
We have 2.
2 at rock quarry.
Which I kept
can you-
included in that overall public work.
I just gotta make sure the numbers add up to where it could be sustainable. So 3 at landfill, 2 at quarry. Where else we got people? You got 7 graders?
6.
6 graders? So we're up to 11. We have you
Our
and-
magic number is 38 is what our magic number is we're trying to hit. That's where we are right now. We're minus 3 right now, so we're down to 35. So we're trying to hit 35 employees. So let's go to our bridge crew. We have 2 on the bridge.
Okay, 2 bridge.
Let's go to sign crew. I have 1.
Okay.
Trees, we have 2.
Noxious weed,
Noxious weed, we have 1.
Elm Creek.
We have 1.
Okay.
Which he also, if the job description book that I was given, and it had a lot of 1999 job descriptions, but the Elm Creek caretaker does the Elm Creek during seasonal time.
My book
and
was
then-
1999 also.
Yeah, and then also helps out with Public Works, other duties.
So we
Is
made-
that correct? Yeah.
So we made it to Elm Creek. So where's the rest of our people at?
Hang on here, I'm trying
Okay,
to
while we're
shoot
looking at
from
that,
here.
You have, how many on Culvert? Did you get Culvert?
Culvert, we have 3. Truck drivers, we have 6, I believe.
6 gravel haulers. Is that what they are?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it'll be 3 more on the special street. I don't have my
27.
breakdown.
So 3 more on Special Street?
Our special roads or whatever, the asphalt program.
Oh, 3 in asphalt.
And I couldn't tell you what positions that was on that core request that I got, salaries off of, because it just lists name plus salaries.
Yeah, and I apologize for not being prepared here because I didn't know exactly what you were wanting, but I'm trying to, somewhere there is our structure list. I believe
Yeah,
I
how many?
handed that out, so how many does that take us to?
30.
So we're minus, myself, Dustin, and Becky, so there's 3.
Okay.
3 for supervisor or administrative.
3
Do them off the top of my head.
You said you had 38, you thought?
38 was our magic number.
Was that counting landfill?
Mm-hmm. And
And
then,
then we lost 2 from there recently.
and you lost 2 from the other. We filled 1, so we're back to 3. So 35 is,
So where'd that number 44 come in then?
I don't know.
42
42.
comes from the list.
Is that, there we go. Yeah.
Thank you,
Matter of
Jennifer.
fact,
Thank you.
I think I can provide you that list.
So what's full staff for you, Eric? What number is full
38
staff?
is our magic number out there. that we-
38, okay.
That we go off of.
It's kind of weird
But
that that's the.
we had
that
40
was
some,
the
but we-
core Request with all the salaries on it and all the personnel.
Oh, wow.
And actually, I think that's an older one because it still
I know
it
where we're
has,
at.
a
Mhm.
person that was moved to custodial from here.
Oh,
I didn't see mechanics.
There you are. I
Okay.
got 2 mechanics and I got 1 full-time mower and a part-time mower.
so 1.5 more.
2 mechanics and 1.5 mowers.
Yep, and then we have a lady that is on staff with us that's helping do all of our FEMA stuff as needed when we have.
So I only made it up to 36.5 here. We have 3 in landfill, 2 in the quarry, 6 graders, 2 bridge, 1 sign, 2 trees, 1 noxious weed, 1 at Elm Creek, 3 on culvert, 6 on for gravel haulers, 3 asphalt, 3 admin, 2 mechanics, and 1.5 mowers.
Okay.
Then we got Bobby. I'm trying to think where he's at.
Road surveying,
He's road inspector, right?
road inspector.
Yeah.
Can we continue? All right, so on page 9, risk assessment. Basically, we're saying separating a department from another department involves several risks that should be managed. Before identifying and addressing the risk, why should an organization separate several departments? Restructuring and downsizing are the 2 most common reasons for separating departments. Since I'm calling it a restructure, let me start there. So, let me see. All right. We're definitely not downsizing. And we're gonna restructure, but we're restructuring based upon a decline in employee morale and productivity.
I said them are some of the factors.
I'm just reading what's here,
Okay.
sir. Loss of institutional knowledge and skills, communication breakdown, confusion, role confusion, and overwork, neglect, and safety culture. Now, I'll go on record to say that I've been through more restructuring, reorganization in my lifetime as a working adult than I care to go through. I mean, we just came out of a huge one because of Doge, you know, because of everything that happened there. So I get it. I totally get it. I understand that. But with all due respect, these issues do not warrant restructuring in my summation, because a decline in employee morale and productivity, all these things, these issues can be cleared up by creating standards and procedures, and more importantly, enforcing them. And I don't want to bring stuff to the table that we can't talk about outside of the, you know, executive sessions. But my point is real simple. It's like, he's the leader of the group. He's sitting right here in front of me. He's answering the questions. And don't take this the wrong way. But when your organization starts to fail, I'm gonna look at you.
Sure.
When your morale starts going down the tube, I'm gonna look at you.
Sure.
When productivity goes down, I'm gonna look at you. And it's not that you're at fault, it's you're responsible. Does that make sense, sir? You are the leader. We are all leaders here. Now, I'm not taking all of that burden, because I see the look in your eyes. I'm not taking all that burden and dumping it on Mr. Eric Bailey. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying when we are supervisors and leaders, we lead. And sometimes it's very, very hard. And from what I've seen in the 2 years that I've watched you, I don't know all the ins and outs, but I think you're doing a good job. Can you do better? And by you, I'm saying you and your team, the people behind you. Absolutely. Can the 3 of us do better? Absolutely. There's always room for improvement. But honestly, sir, I do not think, based upon these 5 bullet points, that this necessarily warrants restructuring. Because, how should I put this? How big of a dumpster fire is this? Is this a huge dumpster fire, or there's other dumpster fires that we as commissioners need to engage in, to fix and to repair? And I say this with all due respect, I do not wanna take the wind out of your sail. That is not my
Well,
intention.
and I don't think that you are.
Okay.
I'll put it, without going into the detail of, what we can discuss in executive session. I do say that in those factors that are listed on number 9, page 9.
Yes, sir.
There is, at least several examples of each that have occurred since just the time that I've been in office. Let me get back to it. And I don't wanna get into a whole lot of detail, but and off them, let's just take the last one, of the safety culture, and if we were to review, which I did have in, an attempt in executive session, but we've had, at least, not counting today, not counting what happened at the rock quarry, which were two that I'll give kudos that a policy was followed. But prior to that, we've had 4 that the policy wasn't followed.
Forward, not backwards.
Can you?
Forward, not backwards. Hold on. If it was done right this time, let's see if it's done right next time, so we can move forward, not backwards. That's just my comment there.
I don't discount what Commissioner, Beerbauer states. I can only act upon the information that's been provided to me since coming on board. And I hear what you're saying, sir, but here's something else that's on the flip side of that. How long has Dr. Cohen been on board?
Right.
2 weeks? And in the 2 weeks that Dr. Cohen has been on board, we have made strides. That football continues to get moved closer and closer to the goal line. And what I'm saying is, give those avenues a chance, please. Just give those avenues a chance. I'm not saying that this is not warranted. I don't see the warrants right now. I just don't, because part of me is, I'm looking at this, and based on my statement, I'm saying we need to create standards, procedures, and enforcement.
Yes.
That's exactly what Dr. Cohen is doing.
That's how we,
Oh,
that's my
I
opinion, how
agree.
we solve things.
So I agree that we are working, and that the HR department, bringing them on board was, a step in the right direction of developing the policy and procedures. But to say that we were following them, even the ones that are written before, would be a stretch.
But now we're here.
Right.
And it's, and we're seeing change already, so
Right.
that may
Okay.
be the change we need.
I mean, I'll even go back on here, loss of institutional knowledge and skills, and I put down here on the very last, I can argue that the recent decision made with personnel at the landfill has created many of the risk factors that are listed there. And the fact that, did you work the landfill this weekend?
Yes, I did. I
Yeah.
filled in because I needed
And
to.
hang on, I'm not questioning that. How difficult, did you do it all by yourself? The
No,
scale
because-
and the loader?
It's a personnel matter that I will not discuss out in the public, but there's way more to it than what I can say here at the table right now. And I'll
Okay.
leave it at that.
Okay, and that's fine, I'm not questioning personnel, what I'm questioning,
Again, I cannot answer the question without
Exposing personnel.
exposing personnel, and I'm not going to do that at the table.
Thank
But I'll
you.
be more than glad to do it at the next meeting if you'd like to.
An executive session.
In an executive session,
All
yes.
Again, I'm gonna reiterate, I understand where Commissioner Beerbauer is coming from, I do. But I'm also a fan of, if we set motions in play, we have to let the motions go through, and in that motion is Dr. Cohen. It's like, if we hire Dr. Cohen, we have to give him the opportunity to take care of the issue, whatever the issues may be. I don't wanna discuss it in open forum, but he needs to do what he's needed to do. Now, having said that, Commissioner Beerbauer, if at the end of a time of your choosing, you choose the time, I will be happy to re-engage this subject, and I will happy to reassess the whole situation once Dr. Cohen has had ample
Okay,
time to do
well,
it.
tonight is discussion.
Yes, sir.
So we're not putting it to vote, because
Yes,
we're in a
sir.
work session.
Correct.
This isn't a voting thing.
Yes, sir.
And so, do you have further discussion? I mean, I'm taking heart what you're
Right.
saying, and I'm taking heart with what you're saying, and but right now, I mean, it's 9:18, so, I'm taking
consider
heart,
it.
I'm taking heart of what Eric's saying here, so do you have more you wanna add?
I do. I would love to be able to sit down with you one-on-one, because we have never done that since you've taken office, and explain our method to our madness and what have you, and explain what goes on at Public Works, and explain what goes on at the landfill, and actually see about communicating one-on-one. And, and especially now that you're the chairman, that's kind of what took place before with previous chairmans. They would reach out on the Monday before the meeting, we'd kind of go over things and see, you know, so they knew what was coming to the meeting ahead of time. But here we are going into July, and we really just haven't ever sat down and had a one-on-one visit. I know you said you're trying to get out,
Yes, sir.
and I give Commissioner Milburn Key here all kinds of kudos, because she actually on a Saturday reached out and wanted to go look at all of our facilities and what have you.
You do that?
Oh yeah, 100%.
I'm calling you then.
Call. We'd love to take you around.
Tell us you know where everything's at.
Yeah, 'cause
Yeah.
I'm
I'm
like,
not
so
gonna
I
find
didn't
it
know
on
we
my
did that
own.
on a Saturday.
Strong encourage
Yeah.
yourself
And
to
I've
reach out
been
as well.
out there, I've been out there on several occasions, I've had conversations with you.
We've had one conversation sit
Well,
down,
we
and
had
that
the
was
Rock Creek, we had the Elm Creek conversation.
yes, we had
with the
that before
cost
you took
analysis.
office. Yes.
No, that was while I was in office.
No, it was not. You hadn't taken office yet. And we called you to come out. I'm not here to argue or what have you, but we called you to come out. You were still working at your previous job, and you came out the evening. We waited there after work. I don't know, I think it was around 5 o'clock when you got there, somewhere in there. And we visited briefly, and then you had to go. But I asked you to come out so that way you would know ahead of time what we were talking about, since you would be our commissioner coming on board. But we have not had a sit-down one-on-one since you've taken office. We visited a couple times back here, but that's neither here nor there. I'm just inviting it and encourage it.
Oh, I'll
That
set
way-
up an appointment. I'll
That'd be
set up an
awesome.
I will take you up on, not this weekend, because it's a
Okay.
3-day weekend for you
Yep,
guys, we're
yep.
not doing that, but I will take you up on that.
Evenings, weekends, I'm good.
Perfect.
All right.
So, before we adjourn or whatever.
Yeah.
You understand where I'm coming from, correct? This is not a personal.
Oh,
thing. This is not-
100%.
it's like, the way I'm coming at you is I'm not trying to be terse.
No.
I'm not trying to be belligerent. I'm trying to be very respectful to your position. I see what you're doing. All I'm saying is sometimes as leaders, we get sidetracked with other
Sure.
things, and we need to step up, that's all, okay?
Sure.
And to your, and to your team in the field, they're listening on YouTube and
Sure
all
they
that
are.
stuff. Here's the deal, it's not that I don't care about what's happening to you guys, it's not that I don't care about your plight, or I don't care about what your needs are, I do. I
like
do,
your book.
I care about it.
Thank you.
But I will
Through
not,
Amazon.
and I'm going
It
public
is,
right
uh,
now.
It is
If I had a deputy
meeting
come to me and complain about the sheriff, I'm not gonna go in there and circumvent the sheriff. Not anymore than I'm gonna
fireworks.
circumvent
I don't
the
think they can do
sheriff.
that
Bouncing off
yet.
the
Make sense?
I appreciate
We
that.
have an HR department
Oh, that's
that
nice.
is now in place, and that's where
For
all
each item
personnel
on the
matters,
agenda.
all matters of morale or safety,
fill it
that needs to go through HR so they can do their job. We're paying them good money to take care of our county, so let's use that service that's out there, okay? And my phone is always open, my email's open, you can call me whenever, it doesn't matter whether it's you, sir, or your team, or whoever else. I will answer the phone call, but I don't want people thinking that Commissioner Tran doesn't care. I do care.
Sure.
But we have to start somewhere, and I hold myself to a high standard. I expect all the department heads to hold themselves to a high standard. If I screw up, I will be the first one to sit right here in this room and apologize,
Amen.
okay? But I will not tell you what to do. That's why we pay you.
Sure.
Your team, I'm not gonna go out there and tell your team to go take care of this property or that property. I'm not doing none of that stuff, okay? We're gonna
Appreciate it.
function as professionals.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry, ma'am.
I think you covered it, where you said that you're not gonna intervene and say, we're gonna go here, because really, when you're talking about the building and making a building maintenance plan, it's the same thing on a much larger scale for Public Works. They might wanna make a maintenance plan, but then a commissioner will come in and I'm not, nobody here, but I've seen in other meetings where commissioners say, hey, let's work on my side of the county right now, and you can have
Yes.
Public Works, next year, and then how does Public Works Director fit into that when they don't have any other choice but to do that, and then maybe we get more deferred maintenance from that, and you can't make your own choice about how to run the works. That's really hard to operate under those.
It's a challenge.
And then every time commissioners change, they might have different ideas about how to run this program, and so really, I don't think they've had a fair chance, in my opinion.
And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
You got it.
No, thank
All
you
right,
for bringing
now,
this up.
anybody out here in the public?
I just have a quick question, Eric.
Can I go make copies? It's not a meeting.
How does MSHA?
Do you have people that are MSHA?
We do, everybody, our majority of our employees are MSHA trained. We have to do yearly training, and our new hires have to have the new hire training before they can have the yearly training. So it's usually January, February when it's slower. We'll bring we've done it virtual now. They've made that available for us, but we'll do a virtual all-day training, and yes, everyone is MSHA trained.
I guess I would start out with saying, Eric's the third Public Works Director that I've worked for. And he came into a mess, in my opinion. I would encourage you all to sit down and talk with him, see what his plans are. I sat with many budget sessions with Eric, see what his 5-year plans are, see what his plans are for when we pay off the landfill bond, see what his equipment needs are, communicate with him, sit down and talk. I will say that Eric came in at the end of 2020.
Yeah.
The ending balance for 2020 was $62,594.82. Let's go on to 2021. The ending balance was $137,720.14, and it just climbs from there. So there are a lot of good things that have happened. Like Sam said, there's some things that we need to work on, but when the budget hasn't been increased for Public Works, when the landfill, they ate the costs that Allen County raising our rates. You talk about the same old, it's hard to do more or better with the same amount of money. David, on your sheet here, you talk about like the loss, profit and loss, and you talk about the, get back to the correct page here, the tax implication. So it's rather the cost to the taxpayers, the ad valorem taxes, motor vehicle taxes, RV, commercial vehicle. The landfill's not a levied fund. They don't receive any of those. It is the people.
Yeah,
that
I would
fund
use that as an example that they're user funded based
Yes.
on receipts, not based on, all those things there is what Public Works, like road and bridge and all that, is funded through.
So, anybody that would like reports, any of the commissioners, we have very good reports that show, in a lot of detail, or the simplest of money in, money out, and your ending balance. Please, let's look at what we started, just this, we tried to do a 10-year. In 2015, the ending balance was $12,297. I guess that's my main thing. And then with the restructuring, I know Mr. Bierbauer, in your original motion, you talked about the equipment, giving them the equipment that they had. I mean, are you talking about like the tractor that was purchased through Public Works? Are we talking about the pickup truck that was purchased through Public Works? I mean, what type of implication is that gonna have on Public Works if we're suddenly giving the landfill all this equipment that they purchased. I think there's just a lot of moving parts. I would ask who's going to do all the compliance, if it splits from Public Works. Right now, the Public Works office manager is doing your monthly, your quarterly, your annual, your permit renewal. Is that gonna fall into the new restructuring? If not, I mean, who's gonna do your billing? Are we going to have the Public Works office manager do that and then bill the landfill to get accurate costs if you're pulling it away from the Public Works? Just a few questions, that I have there that.
Okay, in the next work session.
Thank you, Jennifer.
The next work session, I'm putting Mr. Bailey at the back, and I'm putting her up front.
Amen.
Because those are very good questions. Those are questions, and I say that because we don't know what we don't know. You understand that? You are the functional expert, you're the functional expert, and I need that. Sometimes it's a slap across the face. It is a slap. No, great, slap me, because I want to know. Because I didn't, you know, those are things I didn't think about. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other? Got Mr. Hanley there in the back.
My name's J.D. Handley.
How you doing, sir?
I worked at Public Works for almost 3 years. I've spent over 3,000 hours of my life at that landfill, doing every operation at that landfill. I know more about that operation than anybody in this building. It's a dumpster fire. It's a big dumpster fire. It's been managed ever since its inception. The construction of the facility was changed mid-construction to a point where every pound of trash that's received at that facility has to be picked up. That costs fuel and man hours, and that's cost the Bourbon County taxpayers millions of dollars. Millions of dollars. That's not his fault, but it is now. It's been mismanaged from a point where he's not involved. He's not involved in it because he's got so many other operations going on in this county, over 1,000 miles of gravel roads to maintain, grants, bridges, culverts. He's got too much on his plate to do you a good service, and it reflects that. 3 people don't cut it, period. I've done it. I can't tell you everything that you need to know in 3 minutes, but I can tell you this, there needs to be a management change because there's a management deficiency. I'm not holding him personally against that. It's not him personally. He's got too much on his plate, period. And this problem is bigger than any of you understand because of the environmental aspects that's going to come back and cost the county millions of dollars. And it's in regards to the beans. And if you want to talk about the beans and extend my time, I'll be glad to educate you on the matter. The beans are not his fault. He could have stopped it, but he didn't. So now it's his baby. But the environmental impact it's having on Bourbon County is going to cost the county millions of dollars. You 3 probably won't be at the table, but it's coming. It's going to happen someday. I can walk you out there and show you where it's leaching in to our tributaries.
We've had inspections, I believe.
I can
We've
walk you out
passed
there
inspections.
and show you where it's leaching into the tributaries. If any of you want that, just let me know. I'll be glad to show you. It needs to be addressed. The bean program needs to be shut down immediately. There was never the proper equipment nor the staff supplied for that program to begin with. And the only reason it's getting done now is because public works personnel is getting borrowed and sent over there to do the job. So, you know, there was a conversation here a few weeks ago about clean rubble. He didn't know the answer to it. I did. He called me at home. I told him the answer. It is against state statute to charge for clean rubble. He don't know that because he's not engaged.
Is any rubble actually clean?
Yes. The state defines exactly what clean rubble is. So maybe we ought to go back and look at refunding the money that we've charged people for clean rubble. It's a state statute. If you want to know what it is, contact me. I'll let you know.
I can find a statute.
The manager of the facility ought to know these things. Clean rubble, you cannot charge for.
I see your point. I do. I see exactly.
Let me tell you something, Mr. Tran. I was a member of this community and a taxpayer before I went to work at Public Works. And when I worked at Public Works, I worked for the taxpayers of this county. And now that I'm no longer employed there, I'm still a member of this county and I'm still a taxpayer.
You are.
And I care more about it now than I did before because I know. And that's the biggest thing is that the taxpayers, they don't know what I know. And if they did, there'd be a lot of people here.
I hear what you're saying. I don't want you to feel marginalized or think that I'm marginalizing you. I hear it. But a leader is not somebody who knows everything. There's not a single general, there's not a CEO out there, there's not a dean of the college that knows everything. But what a leader does is a leader brings people together to solve the problem. Make sense? And that's what I'm trying to do here. That's what this body of government is trying to do here. And it's like, you're right. He doesn't know. But like I told you guys, I don't know what I don't know. Okay? But I'm gonna sure find out. And I'm gonna talk to people. I don't know why we're growing beans out there, but you know what? I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna find out why we're growing beans.
We're not growing beans.
We're taking the way
We get
from.
beans, we get beans from the biodiesel plant.
It's okay.
I'm thinking, see, again, I didn't know. So,
Yeah.
yes. But I have to let the system do its job. Now, if the system does its job, and let's just say, and this is just Sam throwing out a number, if in, let's say, 3 months, we're still having an issue, then we will re-engage, or it's 6 months, whatever the chairman wants to do. It's like that. I'm not against talking about this issue further down the line, but I have to let Dr. Cohen and the people that are there now in Public Works and the landfill get together and do what they need to do. Morale building. Look, there's an old saying. I know you saw this. There's an old saying. You can one shit wipes out 10 attaboys. So you can have 10 attaboys in there, and that one you're done, right? So we've had that moment. So let's build up more attaboys, and let's just keep going.
I hear what you're saying,
Okay,
Commissioner Tran. I've been in upper management for almost 30 years of my life.
Right.
I understand that.
And I asked you down at Fort Scott Community, I said, I'm sorry you went through what you went through, and you feel the way you feel, but I'm asking you to have faith in me, that I'm gonna do the right thing. I will not have all the right answers, and I may not do everything that you, sir, personally want, or somebody else personally want, but I would work my butt off for you to make sure that I'm doing the right thing for the community, okay? It's always gonna be about the community. It's not gonna be about me, and it's not gonna be about JD.
That's right.
It's gonna be about the 14,000 people in this community.
I appreciate that, Commissioner Tran. I'll close with this. You know, the landfill generated almost $700,000 last year. The commission needs direct oversight of that, direct involvement. For example, $36,000 engine put in a machine that is completely wore out. That was a waste of Bourbon County taxpayers' money. The machine had almost 10,000 hours on it. It wasn't worthy of a $36,000 engine, but it got one anyway. So now guess what the taxpayers got? A wore out piece of junk backhoe with a brand new engine in it.
Gotcha.
And something you guys need to understand, if you really want to learn about the landfill, let me know, because the facility was designed to take in 20 ton a day. That was with the wall at ground level. But that construction change was made mid-construction by the previous public works director. That cost the county millions of dollars. That facility's taking in on average about 50 ton a day. It was designed for 20 with a flat wall.
Okay.
It's not sustainable. It's not sustainable.
We will talk.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Same here, sir. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Anybody?
All right, this work session's over.
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you,
evening,
gentlemen.
everybody.
Ladies, thank you.
Did you find your gift card?
Yeah,
Did you give it to her? Not me.
Stamped by me.
I see how that works.
Random selection.
Making sure we open them envelopes.
You don't open if you can't.
We're good.
Thank you.
No, thank you, man.
I'm always.
We're not done.
I know. I know. I know.